Good afternoon. This is the May 19th, 2026 regular meeting of the Santa Barbara City Council. Would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Certainly. Councilmember Friedman?
Here.
Councilmember Santa Maria, not yet present. Councilmember Gutierrez?
Present.
Mayor Rouse?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Snedden?
Good afternoon. I'm participating remotely today due to a contagious stomach bug. Prevents me from attending in person. No other individuals over 18 or under 18 are in the room, and I am present.
Good, Christian.
Councilmember Harmon?
Here.
Councilmember Jordan?
Here.
All right, very good. Thank you. We have a ceremonial item to read.
And item 1, Public Infrastructure Week 2026.
That includes street sweepers.
Public Infrastructure Week, May 17th through 23rd, 2026. Whereas Public Works and Water Resources professionals focus on infrastructure, facilities, and services of vital importance to sustainable and resilient communities and to the public health and high quality of life for the residents of the city of Santa Barbara. And whereas the 66th Annual National Public Works Week theme, Rooted in Service, Powered by Community, spotlights the Public Works and Water Resources professionals whose dedication ensures the well-being of our community. Services could not be provided without the tireless efforts of these professionals who are engineers, operators, managers, and employees at all levels of government, ensuring the functionality of essential infrastructure works safely and reliably. These professionals provide safe drinking water, protect public health and the environment through effective wastewater management, and whether responding to emergencies 24/7, 365, maintaining roadways, overseeing public building projects, treating the community as wastewater, these dedicated individuals play a crucial role in protecting the safety for the Santa Barbara community. Whereas Public Works and Water Resources staff are committed to advancing the City of Santa Barbara's public safety and essential infrastructure with timely upgrades and maintaining critical facilities. The key projects currently under construction include the new police station, as well as improvements to the Dwight Murphy Field. As part of the city's long-term commitment to a reliable water system, the Vic Trace Reservoir project is replacing a 10 million gallon drinking water reservoir that supplies over 70% of the city's population and replacing 6 miles of water mains annually. City streets are also being enhanced through the paving and maintenance of our 254 miles of roadways, as well as improving road safety through the Cliff Drive Vision Zero project and other street projects. Whereas the Public Works and Water Resources departments are driven by dedicated staff to provide the community with a sustainable foundation to thrive, and now therefore I, Randy Rouse, by virtue of the authority vested in me as the mayor of the city of Santa Barbara, California, do hereby proclaim May 17th through 23rd, 2026 as Public Infrastructure Week, and I encourage local residents and civic organizations to recognize the importance of providing our public works and water resources and to recognize the contributions made daily to our quality of life. That was a bunch. Here we go. Thank you. Joshua?
All right, well, this will be quick, but thank you, Mayor Rouse, and thank you for members of the City Council for this recognition. I just wanted to say that, we're now 2 separate departments, Public Works and Water Resources, but we remain united in this mission to continue providing the community with the sustainable foundation to thrive. And with that, I'll just have Josh say a few words about who's here today.
Joshua Hagmark, Water Resources Director, and yeah, thank you for this acknowledgement. We have with us today several of our employees of the month who we go through regularly, looking at the team, look who's excelling in their roles. And so this team today is here in recognition over the past 12 months of doing outstanding work throughout our 2 departments. So really appreciate that recognition. We will be celebrating this week with a barbecue with staff, and so thank you again.
Mr. Gutierrez has a comment.
Yeah, I want to thank you on behalf of the West Side. You all have really done a lot of great work in that district, in my district, and it was sorely needed and very much appreciated now. And I know you have further plans to make the West Side a better place, so really much appreciate all of you.
All right, thanks very much, you guys. Once again. Okie dokie. Madam City Administrator, are there any changes to the agenda?
Just one change, and although it's actually, we do not have the pulled consent calendar items listed on the agenda, but if there are any pulled consent calendar items, we'd like to move those up before general public comment,
Okay,
if possible.
very good. Thank you very much for that. And with that, we will move to the consent calendar, and you have some items to read, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Item 3, oversized vehicles ordinance adoption. Ordinance adoption. Recommendation the council adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the council of the city of Santa Barbara amending section 10.44.220 of the Santa Barbara Municipal Code to modify enforcement procedures for oversized vehicle parking violations. And item 4, fiscal year 2026 third quarter review resolution. Recommendation the council C, adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara amending resolution number 26012 to approve proposed third quarter Q3 adjustments to FY 2026 revenue and expenditure appropriations as detailed in the attached schedule of proposed Q3 adjustments. And D, adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara amending the position salary control resolution number 2026-020 for authorized positions for fiscal year 2026 with changes, and changes are effective May 30th, 2026.
That it? Thank you very much. Are there any items that need to be pulled for either further discussion or separate vote by a member of council? I see none in person for that. Madam Clerk, is anyone online that needs to speak to a specific item?
Okay, yes, we have 3 raised hands. I'm going to call on each person individually quickly and ask them what item
Would you please?
to
Thank
speak
you.
on. Okay, Molly Pearson, go ahead. What item would you like to speak on?
Item 3, please.
Item 3, all righty.
All right, we'll come back to you. Hold, please. Eric Kristen, what item would you like to speak about?
Item 4, please. I'm sorry, the money for the contract project labor agreement.
Which one? I'm sorry, didn't understand that. 5?
Item 5. Okay, very good, thank you. We'll come back to you. And Dave Everett. Dave Everett, what item would you like to speak on?
5D also, the money for the project labor agreement administrator.
Very good, thank you.
All right, very good. So with that, I will entertain a motion for the balance of the consent calendar, minus items 3 and item 5.
So moved.
Moved by Harmon,
Second.
second by Santa Maria. May we have the vote, please?
Yes.
And
this-
let's
sorry.
see, is it all going to be verbal because Ms. Snedden is participating
Yes.
remotely?
Yes,
So it
you
all
are
has to be
right.
verbal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And this is a motion for the consent calendar accepting items 3 and 5. And motion by Councilmember Harmon, seconded by Councilmember Santa Maria. Councilmember Friedman.
Yes.
Councilmember Santa Maria.
Yes.
Councilmember Gutierrez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon.
Yes.
Councilmember Harmon.
Yes.
Councilmember Jordan.
Yes.
And Mayor Rouse.
Aye. All right, thanks very much. That passes unanimously. And with that, we will take a report from the Finance Committee and come back to those pulled items. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Today at the Finance, we heard two items. The first was an update on creating a stormwater drain utility via Proposition 218 for property-related service charge. Received information on that and did support the staff recommendation to proceed with a request for proposal for engineering and legal analysis in regards to potentially establishing a utility for storm drains, and also gave direction to address, as part of the information gathering process, a number of questions that came in from the public, from different public commenters, so that will be included. And then also heard the the third quarter financial reviews for fiscal year 2026, which was item 4 on today's consent calendar. And the big takeaway from that was the reserves, and that we are into emergency reserves. There was some additional information that was provided during that. And that was, again, part of, for more information, number 4 in today's consent calendar.
All right, thank you. Okay, with that, we'll return to these items. What we'll do is we'll have the individual pull the item, speak to it, and then we will pull and separate at a vote at each item. So with that, item number 3, and I don't remember the person who pulled item 3. Which is the speaker that has item 3?
Yes, very good. And this is Molly Pearson for item 3.
Ms. Pearson, you have 3 minutes. Go right ahead.
Great, thank you. Hello, Mayor and Council members. I'm a resident in the San Roque area, and I own a camper van that's almost always parked off-street. I've recently learned that this ordinance disallows residents from parking oversized vehicles on city streets at all, even if it's only for a couple of hours. Since I became aware of this, I reached out to your attorney, Mr. Doimus, and he confirmed that this is the case in other cities as well. I understand completely that we want to improve the situation with people living in their cars, but even the city of San Francisco allows for 2-hour parking of non-commercial oversized vehicles. I brought this up in an email to your council last week prior to the meeting. I also mentioned it at last week's meeting, but unfortunately the vote had already been taken. I'd really like to hear from someone why even a 2-hour allowance is not made so that residents can legally park their oversized vehicles temporarily, if only for load in and out of their larger vehicles or for running errands, for example. Yeah, not everybody has the privilege of being able to park their vehicle on their property all the time. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'll now entertain a motion for that item, item 3.
Mayor Rouse, I had a follow-up question on that.
Okay,
All right. So in between time of last week's meeting and this week's meeting, I had asked the question about if oversized could be parked in a residential outside on the street, and I'm a little confused because I thought the answer was that they could be. So if I'm not clear, could we clarify that question?
okay, so I'll refer to the city attorney. I have an answer for you. I'll let the city attorney go first, please.
Sure. As far as this item today, the ordinance is the same for the last 9 years. So there are, to answer Mayor Pro Tem Snedden's question, there are no exceptions for any on-street parking for any vehicles that violate the height, width, and length restrictions of the oversized ordinance. There are special permits that someone could obtain for several days, including, in front of their residences for a need, and I think it's several days, and they can ask for another one, but it's limited in a calendar year. But what the ordinance we have has been in place for a long time, so close to a decade. What's being changed is actually the issue of this noticing and allowing people to, move 1,000 feet and continue noticing. And I empathize, I hear the public comment around the 2 hours, but that's part of the issue here, that when you're allowing all these different exceptions or 2 hours, it makes it makes it such a burden from the police department. How are they going to track the 2 hours and everything else going on? And what we've learned from the modification several years ago is now the problem we're trying to deal with. But just to be clear, the ordinance that is essentially the same minus this actual noticing procedure that we're amending today. And so there are no exceptions for like in front of your residence or anything else. We want to be equal in terms of how we treat it because it is a public safety issue. But there are some permits you can get for limited periods of time.
And I will add to that, Mr. Attorney, that, yeah, it has been in place for quite a while. There is no actual right to store a private vehicle on a public street. It was an exclusive right to do so. So, and then we've also reviewed this fully as an ordinance committee beforehand, so that's why it's in front of us, and it came before us before. So the questions have been asked and answered, so we can approach it again another time, but this is just the second reading, so. With that, I will entertain a motion on item 3.
So moved.
Moved by Friedman. Second by Jordan. May we have the roll call vote, please?
Yes, this is a motion for the staff recommendation for item 3. Motion by Councilmember Friedman, seconded by Councilmember Jordan. I will do a roll call vote. Councilmember Santamaria.
Yes.
Councilmember Gutierrez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon.
Yes.
Councilmember Harmon.
Yes.
Councilmember Jordan.
Yes.
Councilmember Friedman.
Yes.
And Mayor Rouse.
Aye. Thank you very much. Okay, with that, we're going to move on to item 5. And was item 5 read into the record, Madam Clerk?
No, Mr. Mayor, so I will do that.
Okay, if you could read that in, and then that person that brought it up can be called on.
Perfect. Item 5, construction contracts for the Cater Water Treatment Plant Reservoir Resiliency Project Agreement. And we have 2 public commenters. We'll hear from Eric Kristen and then Dave Everett. Eric Kristen, please go ahead.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Eric Kristen. I'm the Executive Director of the Coalition for Fair Employment in Construction, formed 28 years ago. We're a statewide organization that was created to oppose discriminatory project labor agreements like the one the city foolishly adopted 7 years ago that we warned you about. And of course, all of our predictions have proven true with regards to not getting projects built on time, not on budget. And now you're facing a deficit as a city, and yet you're spending another $130,000 plus just to oversee the bureaucracy that you foolishly created. And I just wanted to use this to point out that Councilmember Friedman's excellent editorial regarding this deficit the city's facing and how times are tight and money is hard to come by for things that are necessary. You've created a added layer of bureaucracy that otherwise wouldn't exist. You would be having more local hire if there wasn't a project labor agreement, more money on hand to spend on other things instead of this nonsense. And we are just pointing that out because that is what we do for cities that pass project labor agreements. We hold them accountable so that when it comes up for consideration, you can do the right thing and get rid of it, or at least make it to where you can have your local contractors, 90% of whom are non-union, be able to bid your projects again. So this is what we're doing. We're pointing out that this is money that would never have to be applied or taken out of the budget, but for the project labor agreement that you voted on. So it's a tragedy. I can imagine the numerous items you could use this money for that would do good instead of this added layer of bureaucracy. And I hope you remember that when this discriminatory agreement that Big Labor Special Interest had a majority of you vote for was put into place. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker on this item, please.
Hi, can you guys?
Dave Everett. Whoa, go ahead.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. I'm testifying today. My name is Dave Everett. I'm testifying on behalf of the Western Electrical Contractors Association. The Western Electrical Contractors Association is a state and federally approved electrical training program and electrical apprenticeship program. And I know you guys passed a community benefits agreement or a community workforce agreement. And that community workforce agreement, or more commonly known as a project labor agreement, it discriminates against all of the WICA apprentices, and none of them are able to work on the projects in your city. As you're looking at a 14 and a half or 3.5, depending on if you're looking long term or if you're looking just at this year, $1 million deficit for the city. I guess what I'm here to say is that you are wasting a ton of money playing politics with the city construction, and you're limiting the city construction to 10% of the market. 90% of construction workers work non-union and choose to work non-union. And you guys, your project labor agreement is discriminating against all of those folks. So if you closed 9 of the 10 McDonald's in your city, or 9 of the 10 Home Depots in your city, your Big Macs and your hammers are going to be more expensive. It's just basic market forces. And so now you're looking at this huge deficit, and it's partially because you guys are playing politics with the city's construction. You're seeing less bidders. In areas where you would have seen 25 or 30 bidders in the past, you're seeing 3 or 4 bidders if you're lucky. And the justification for it was that you're going to have a better, you're going to pay people a living wage, you're going to pay people a better wage. These are all prevailing wage jobs. So they set the pay rate, the state sets the pay rate, and you have to use skilled and trained workers. None of your project labor agreement assures any of that stuff. And so now you're going back and you're spending an extra $130,000 just to administer the program. Something that your staff was already doing on all the other construction projects, but because you're playing politics with the construction, you're now having to go spend another $130,000. That could be one city employee you don't have to lay off. That could be one more person who still has a job and is able to put food on the table for their family. And so when you're making city budget cuts, remember, you didn't need to spend this extra $130,000 on an administrator for a program that would make your construction more expensive. We should also go back through and all the projects with this project labor agreement, compare the engineer's estimate to what you paid eventually on the final project, and you'll see there's a difference between when you get 3 or 4 bidders or when you get 25 to 30 bidders. Last but not least, I'd just like to remind all of you that this project labor agreement,
And that's time.
while it discriminates against 90% of
That's
construction
time,
workers,
please.
it also
Thank you.
discriminates against 90.
All right, very good. Are there further speakers on this item?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Very good. We'll take a vote on that, please. We'll do a roll call vote on item 5. And do that too. Make a motion.
I'll make the motion to approve this, and just to clarify that this is coming out of the water fund, not the general fund, so the deficit that was mentioned by public comment is general fund. That is not affected by this, so just want a clarification for my 2 public commenters that spoke. So I'll make the motion to approve the staff recommendation.
Second.
Okay, first by Freeman, second by Harmon. Now we can have the roll call vote.
Very good. And this was a motion by Councilmember Friedman, seconded by Councilmember Harmon for item 5. Councilmember Gutierrez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon.
Yes.
Councilmember Harmon.
Yes.
Councilmember Jordan.
Yes.
Councilmember Friedman.
Yes.
Councilmember Santa Maria.
Yes.
And Mayor Ross.
Aye. All right, very good. That concludes the consent calendar. We'll move on to item 9. If you'd read that into the record, please. Oh, I'm sorry, we have to do general public comment. Have to do that first. Hang on. Don't move on to item 9. Mark Redmond, 3 minutes at the dais with anything is in the purview of this body, but not on today's agenda.
Oh, Your Honorable Mayor and all you wonderful council members, the college kids are going to put me on the side of the bus, an MTD diesel hybrid, all of June, and they said, Mark, do not get out of the mayoral race. I said, you know what, I don't think I've got the numbers. They said, give it the college try. So I am going to jump back in, but I think eventually Eric's going to win. Anyway, this is the song that was composed by my one great singer, guitarist, harmonica player that the attorney said I was not focusing on last week. It's Against All Odds, and I won't sing it, I'll just tell the words. Okay, Your Honorable Mayor and City Council members, I remember walking down the coastal streets, ocean breeze and the California dream. Now the shadows where the light won't shine, feels like we're running out of time. Teachers are leaving, say they can't stay, headed south for better pay, Carpinteria. And I'm standing here asking why, watching my hometown drift on by. I'm running against the odds now, still standing my ground, third place, but I'm climbing. Hear that restless sound. And Kristen Sneeden, you were there at that last rally with Oscar Gutierrez, and you know it was a great rally on Cinco de Mayo. Anyway, hear the restless sound. This town is my slice of heaven. Santa Barbara, Santa Barbara, I won't let it fall. I'm running against the odds now. Let the healing begin. Give the lost a job. Streets, clean them up. Start right here. Start right now. Some need help. You just don't see a little care, some dignity. We rise together or we fail. Alone, it's time we bring our people home. I'm running against the odds now. 5 months till the November 3rd election. It's voting time in Santa Barbara. Hear the people call. I got a minute left. I'm running against the odds now, and I won't let it fall. Carpentry is calling, but they should be here. $10,000 more a year ain't worth losing your years here. Bring them back where their roots run deep. This is a promise we got to keep. I'm running against the odds now, and I feel that change from the streets to the shoreline. I'm running against the odds now, and we're going to win it all. Still running, don't you know? Even Kelly McAdoo knows that. This is hope. Oh, yeah.
All right, very good. The next speaker is Joanne Olenek.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and Council members. My name is Joanne Olenek. I am here to speak against Measure A 2026. The public is being told that removing the 50-year lease limit is needed to negotiate with a private developer or the housing authority in order to make the project financially pencil out. The catch is that the actual text contains zero mandates that these uncapped leases be used for housing. Your official redlined draft reveals that the text completely erases the 50-year cap by striking out the phrase exceeding 50 years, but provides no replacement parameters, none. This creates a massive loophole for the permanent privatization of our public assets. Development of Paseo Nuevo, the primary reason to justify this rush, is already dead. Instead of housing, the city is using its flexibility to negotiate a commercial corporate office lease with Yardi Systems, stating it is not housing, but we believe it is equally catalytic. So why do we need to amend the charter? The fact is, affordable housing is simply being used as a marketing shield to push through an amendment that downgrades voter oversight, shifting long-term leases from a transparent ordinance process down to a same-day resolution finalized behind closed doors. If this amendment is for affordable housing, then why did the City Council remove from the language of the proposed amendment the requirement that all ordinances having an effect longer than 5 years be approved by ordinance? What does giving the City Council the power to approve a contract have to do with affordable housing? Why did you remove the language proposed by Ms. McAdoo that made the legislation subject to voter oversight? If approved, this amendment will aggressively roll back the clock to a pre-1967 era when backroom land deals completely lacked accountability. If Measure A 2026 passes, Santa Barbara faces total regulatory capture by special interests and out-of-town luxury developers. As citizens, we lose our voice, our constitutional right to a referendum, and the very character that makes this town special. Don't hand our city over on a silver platter. Vote no on A 2026. Thank you.
Thank you. Faizadine? Faizadine doesn't appear to be here. All right, very good. And we have speakers online, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have 2 raised hands. We'll hear from Joey Gaber and then Samantha Lau. Joey Gaber, please go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. My name is Joey Gaber. I'm a volunteer city campaigner with Plant-Based Treaty, global initiative working with municipalities to transition to a plant-based food system. Animal agriculture is a leading cause of climate change and environmental destruction. It is responsible for over 80% of deforestation globally. Agriculture emissions account for more GHG emissions than the transportation sector, with a vast majority of those emissions being caused by animal agriculture. In order to reach emission targets, we must include a plant-based food system transition as part of our plan to fight climate change. In order to do this, Plant-Based Treaty advocates for both a bottom-up and top-down approach. Globally, 71 municipalities have endorsed Plant-Based Treaty. West Hollywood, Culver City, and Los Angeles are all cities in California that have endorsed. West Hollywood has participated in Veganuary and co-hosted Food Day in WeHo with Plant-Based Treaty for 2 years in a row. Culver City has committed to a public information campaign to inform residents on the environmental and health benefits of plant-based food. In addition, Cambridge and Somerville, Massachusetts endorsed and will be aligning their food procurement policies to their commitment to the plant-based food system. We are asking Santa Barbara to endorse PBT and enact plant-based initiatives such as Plant-Based by Default and a public information campaign about the benefits of plant-based foods. This aligns with your values as a leader in climate resilience with your Together to Zero plan targeting carbon neutrality by 2035. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Faiza Dean.
This thing is. I'm talking about budget. I have some handouts that I gave to.
I'm sorry, about the budget?
Yes.
Because we have that item coming up later on in the.
Oh, what is this? What is this one? The finance?
Do you have a speaker slip in for item 9, which is the budget?
Right, that's the one I'm talking.
Okay, we're not there yet.
Oh, okay.
This is general public
Oh,
comment.
great. All right. General public comment. All right. So I have something before you here. So, wow, this is tough. So, yeah, I brought this over to you to present to you, and I'll be bringing it back up. Let me see here. Wow. So, anyways, this this formula here, I'm trying to incorporate this. I call it the ADOS, the American Descendants of Slavery formula, a comprehensive guide for the community use. I will be breaking it down a little further into the other sections of the business section, finance. So what I want you to focus on is that if you look at the bottom, it talks about the operational constraints and is subject to the absolute value of T. And so I want to talk about ways of using my formula to help the city expand and become more volatile with their finances and businesses. And, you know, I bring up American Descendants of Slavery because of their inherent position in the United States of America, and it's constant. You know, it never becomes zero. It's always a positive number. And so when we look at this formula, and, you know, like we look at ancestral lineage and geographic permanence and constitutional claim. When we use this formula together, when we're applying our business, our financial decisions, I believe that this is going to give us a more a volatile financial, a better outcome, because you're also including American descendants of slavery when you include this absolute value of T. And so that's what I have to say at this time.
Okay, thank you. Back to the speaker online, please, Madam Clerk.
Samantha Lau, please go ahead. Samantha Lau.
Yes, hello. Hi, thank you. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. My name is Samantha Lau. I am the U.S. liaison for Plant-Based Treaty. We're a nonprofit, all grassroots global campaign to take action on climate change and protect the environment by centering the food system. Thank you, Council Member Gutierrez, for inviting me to speak at today's council meeting and for meeting with me yesterday to talk about how Plant-Based Treaty can help Santa Barbara create a more healthy and sustainable community. Santa Barbara is already a climate leader. The Together to Zero initiative commits the city to carbon neutrality by 2035, a full decade ahead of the state. That is bold, but you cannot hit that target without addressing the food system. Your own 2019 emissions inventory shows that 9% of Santa Barbara's greenhouse gas emission come from food at landfills. This handles the downstream waste, but the upstream piece, such as what is being procured, what is served, and what is promoted, is not included in the Climate Action Plan. Now, more than 2,000 elected officials globally have personally endorsed the treaty, and 71 municipalities have partnered with us and endorsed formally. Here in California, City of Los Angeles, West Hollywood, and Culver City are all on board. What this looks like in practice is simple and proven. They adopted a plant-based by default at city-sponsored events, and research shows over 50% of people stay with the default. That means meaningful emission cuts at no real cost to the city. They have a strong public information campaign that advocates to their community about the benefits of a plant-based food system for planetary and human health. Culver City also endorsed and committed to a public information campaign and updates its special events guide as well as their newsletter. Just to give you a few quick numbers, plant-based diets have roughly 75% lower greenhouse gas emissions. New York City's Plant Power Fridays in schools cut student carbon by 42%, and their public hospitals saved over $460,000 a year by offering plant-based meals by default. An average U.S. family can save over $500 per year by shifting towards plant-based proteins. So I'm asking Santa Barbara to join the campaign, endorse the plant-based treaty, add plant-based default to your special events guide, and launch a public information campaign. This initiative will yield high impact with low cost and low effort for the city. I'll be sending an email to follow up with the City Council to invite you to a quick meeting to learn more about plant-based treaty. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. All right, very good. Any further public commenters online?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, now we'll move on to item 9. If you'd read that into the record, please.
Yes, item 9, City Administrator's recommended mid-cycle budget for fiscal year 2027. Recommendation the council, you don't need to hear the recommendation, but I've started. So the council hear presentation from the Enterprise and Internal Service Departments, Enterprise and Internal Service capital expenditures, and special funds regarding their fiscal year 2027 recommended budget.
And our finance director is,
I'm just texting to see where they are.
are things that bad? They didn't show up?
They're there.
Hey, you made it.
Good afternoon, and thank you for waiting us to get in here. Appreciate that. My name is Natalia Glusak. I am the budget Manager for the City of Santa Barbara. I have with me today Ms. Kat Valencia, one of our budget analysts, and also Ms. Jordan Needle, our other budget analyst. Today we will be going over the City Administrator's recommended budget for fiscal year 2027. And before you, we have today's agenda. First, we're just going to briefly review the budget calendar, and followed by some general follow-up. There were some questions last week when we reviewed the general fund groups, and so we have some follow-up for that. And then we'll go through our departmental updates for fiscal year 2027 for non-general fund groups, and then open the floor for questions, public comment, and discussion, and any other additional topics. Today's recommendation is that the City Council hear a report from staff in connection with the City Administrator's recommended operating and capital budget for fiscal year 2027. And here is our budget calendar. The budget calendar follows, it's pretty consistent schedule, but as we continue to improve it and leverage new technologies and incorporate best practices, it may change a little bit, but this is roughly what it looks like each year. We start in the fall with updating our multi-year forecast, sorting out where the positions are allocated to, meaning where they're going to be paid out of. And then also we have a budget at kickoff internally just to get the process started. We then turn the base budget over to the departments. They are the people who are on the ground doing the work, delivering the services to the city. So they have better knowledge about exactly what they need to make the city run. So they make their adjustments to the budget and bring it back to the city administrator, who takes a holistic view of the entire city. We make further adjustments working as a group, and we also decide on our capital budget, and we make sure that the general fund balances. Then in April, per the city charter, we bring the proposed budget to the Finance Committee and Council. We must actually file the budget with the city at that time. We also make our budget presentations to council, which is where we are today. And then hopefully, if all goes well, the budget gets adopted. And then in July, we implement the adopted budget. We carry over any unspent funds for multi-year projects from prior year budgets so that that work from prior years can continue. And we do the internal city service allocations. We give those a review, and also cost allocation study every other year for the overhead charges. So here is a schedule of our meetings that we've had this year. We started on April 9th with a public work session with the council. That was a special meeting that was held at the Franklin Gallery at the library, and where council gave us some direction before we actually released the proposed budget. On April 21st, we gave a presentation about the introducing the budget to City Council, and at that time, the public was able to also review the budget. On May 5th, we had a Finance Committee meeting where we reviewed the budget at a higher level with the Finance Committee and also all the fee changes. And last week, we had another budget hearing for the general fund departments. That brings us to today, where we are going to hear from all the other funds. And on June 9th, we have budget deliberations where council gives final direction to us with what we need to do with the budget for adoption on the 16th. So as I said, there were some questions when we presented the general fund, the first of which was a concern about the fencing budget in Parks and Rec. There is currently no allocation for budgeting or for fencing in Parks and Rec for fiscal year 2027. Some of the other questions that were asked were about variances in the budget. So let's just walk through some of those. In the City Administrator's Office, in the Office of Housing and Community Development, there was a question about the fluctuation in the allocated costs going up in FY27. And that's because as we were solidifying the reorganization and departmental entry, some of the allocated costs were more appropriately put towards this group, especially as they moved into some more square footage within City Hall. So some of the costs that are allocated by square footage, as well as personnel and licensing, were shifted over to that group. So that's the reason for that increase there. In community development, this $243,000 actual in 2025, that drops to a projected $38,000, and then we have budgeted for $10,500 in the following years, is because that is tied to the inclusionary funding. So that is the in lieu fees that come in. They fluctuate with contractor activity, et cetera. So that would be the reason there. In In the fire department, there was a $230,000 reduction due to a contract change with AMR that removed first responder fees to local agencies. With the library, the other financial sources line is tied to a GASB, or Government Accounting Standards Board, puts out pronouncements periodically about how things are to be presented. So this governs how we see the ACFR, or the annual financial statement. So one of the pronouncements was GASB 96, which has to do with software-based leases. And so this was an adjustment and with the assumption of that to implement GASB 96. Excuse me. Moving on to S&R on this slide, or sustainability and resilience. The first line of theirs on the intergovernmental are actuals that are associated with a grant, specifically the Cal Recycle Household Hazardous Waste Grant. And so those funds were in 2025 with that approved program and did no longer exist after that point. And then the allocated costs were specifically as part of the deficit abatement and continuous improvement. We really took a close look at some of the insurance premiums and where they're getting paid out. And so we took those out of the general fund portion of sustainability and resilience, and they moved to the clean energy fund, which is an internal service fund. Outside of the general fund itself, with some of the supporting funds, there was a very good question about Parks and Recreation. Excuse me. The line that we're looking at for the total revenue is made up of grants and donations, which are generally received and programmed when we're fairly certain that we're going to receive them. And in 2026, there was a lot of activity with the Dwight Murphy Field and that renovation. So this money was received and programmed in FY26. It's an abnormally large amount, but it's a very good amount to be doing such a large project with. And further funds will come throughout fiscal year 2027, but without real knowledge of which ones we will receive, we generally bring those to the council when the funds will be received and program at that time. So you'll probably see that number go up with the revised budget over the year, hopefully. But right now, those are the funds that we are certain that we're going to receive. Same thing with the expenditures. And with the police department, the first line there, the other revenue on the police department, the big jump that you see in fiscal year 2026 is because of litigation settlements, which are not common occurrences. So that's the reason for that abnormality there. And then the use of property is a line that consists of income that comes from the interest on those various settlements. So as the interest gets held before we receive the money, that's a portion that we also get, but it's not part of the settlement itself, so it just goes to a separate line. And now we will move on to the meat of our presentation, which is the fiscal year 2027 updates. And with that, I will hand it over to Kat Valencia. I apologized, I jumped the gun. Thank you. So as with every year, we face some budgetary challenges. They're a little bit different than the general fund challenges. The enterprise and intercity funds do not receive any tax funding. So that is not one of the challenges that we have here, but we do continue to face economic and environmental uncertainty. We also have changes in consumer behavior. Many of our enterprise funds, I call them paper play, but they function more like businesses. So if people aren't coming to pay for the services, then there's no revenue. So we do have to depend a little bit more on consumer behavior. They also are trying to align with the strategic plan and have to do their own strategic planning around their own issues within their groups. The class and compensation study is something that does concern these funds that we are continuing to implement. And also increased insurance and deductibles, particularly with our waterfront, become very challenging. We are a self-insured organization, and so meeting those deductibles is something that is on our mind. As our workforce ages and our retired workforce continues to age, those pension costs continue to rise, and so does our unfunded liability. And of course, we are continuing to focus on project delivery this year, so that is the focus of this budget. So you will see some changes with that in mind. So we're going to go over basically the material changes and major efforts, some of the fee changes and capital for these groups. On Tuesday last week, we did go over the general fund departments. Today, we are going over the internal service funds and the enterprise funds. So we're going to start with the internal services funds. These are groups that provide services within the city. So facilities, helping upkeep our city buildings, and other things that need to go on with our facilities. Our fleet group makes sure that we can get transported where we need to go. Our information technology makes sure that all of this works, including our screens, our computers, everything else, as well as our cybersecurity. As I mentioned, we are a self-insured organization, so the self-insurance fund is a separate fund to help manage that risk. And also the energy management fund from the Sustainability and Resilience Group, which manages our power over our heads and that kind of thing so that we can actually turn on the lights. Enterprise funds are more independent. They are dependent on fees that are paid for services. So we have our Clean Energy Fund, which provides power to the city. Our Solid Waste Fund, also known as our Clean Communities Group, who has a contract with Marburg and is responsible for all things solid waste. Our airport division, if you're trying to get somewhere, it's a great place to go. It's lovely to fly into, much better than some of our other local airports. Downtown parking, so if you come downtown, they are the group that makes sure that all of those parking structures stay in good working order. And they're also in charge of just general maintenance of the downtown area and keeping our core lively. They are part of the city administrator's office as a function of the Office of Housing and Community Vitality. We also have our golfs group, which is part of our Parks and Recreation department. They are the municipal golf course. So if you're ever out on Las Positas, you can drive by our greens. Please do a round. It's actually a lovely golf course. Our water resources, when you turn on your faucet and get clean, potable water, that is them working day and night to make sure that that happens. And also they do our wastewater to take the less desirable water away. And our waterfront, our beautiful wharf, our pier, all of that is our waterfront department. So we will hear from them as well. And now I will turn over to Ms. Valencia.
Thank you, Ms. Glusak. Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the City Council. We will begin with Public Works, Facilities, and Fleet. They have 158.4 full-time equivalents with an internal services fund budget of $20.7 million. In fiscal year 27, some of the major efforts include facility condition assessment, which is a major effort to inventory and rate the condition for future funding needs, and right-sizing pool of city fleet vehicles. There are no new fiscal year 27 capital projects proposed while the facilities condition assessment is completed, which will guide the facility's 10-year capital work plan beginning in fiscal year 28. There are no fee changes proposed, and for Measure C capital, the projects include Carrillo Gym renovation, HVAC maintenance and replacement, and walkways and building pathways. In this facility's revenue and expense detail, I will go over the key changes from fiscal year 27 year 2 approved to fiscal year 27 recommended budget. In revenues, the largest change is a $215,000 approximate decrease in internal service charges. This reflects a reduction in the facilities fund, including $93,000 from ICS custodial services and $122,000 from building maintenance. This reflects updated cost allocations and departmental usage adjustments. In other revenues, they remain unchanged at $5,500. For expenses, the salaries decrease by approximately $77,000. This reflects salary savings. In benefits, we're seeing an approximate $58,000 increase driven by higher citywide cost for Medicare, retirement, retiree medical, and group insurance. Allocated costs increase based on updates to citywide cost allocation plans. Supplies and services increased by $107,000. This reflects updated facilities maintenance and utility costs. Special projects, non-capital equipment, and debt service remain unchanged. On this facilities reserve slide, as you can see in the chart, the facilities fund reserves have been fairly stable overall, with predictable movement across categories year to year. The capital and other reserves category shows a steady upward trend from about $324,000 in fiscal year 21 to just under $608,000 going into fiscal year 27. This indicates we're continuing to build capacity for future capital investments. Assigned reserves peaked significantly in fiscal year 25, just over $1.5 million, and then they tapered down through fiscal year 27. That decline reflects the planned use of these reserves for specific commitments and projects already underway. Restricted reserves remain small but consistent across all years. These primarily represent funds held for debt reserve requirements and the pension trust. You'll notice there are no balances in the disaster or contingency categories. These funds have carried zeros in both areas across the entire 7-year period. The target reserve line gradually increases each fiscal year. Our actual reserve levels track closely with those targets, showing good alignment with the council-adopted reserve policy. Overall, the facilities fund is maintaining a healthy and compliant reserve level. With the facility condition assessment currently underway, these reserves will play a key role in shaping the upcoming 10-year capital work plan starting in fiscal year 28. And this fleet maintenance revenue and expense detail slide, you'll notice the overall revenues decreased by about $81,000. Internal charges are the main driver for the change. This reflects updated fleet service allocations to departments after refining actual cost projections. Other revenues also dropped modestly by $5,000, consistent with lower anticipated reimbursements. In expenses, the total expenses rise slightly from $4.16 million approved to $4.17 million recommended, an increase of about $17,000. Salaries increase, reflecting updated labor cost projections and position adjustments. Benefits also increase, mainly due to higher retirement and healthcare cost estimates. Supplies and services fall, reflecting updated fuel maintenance and contract service needs. And non-capital equipment increased by $33,000 due to a shift of annual software renewals from the membership and dues lines to the computer software under $25,000 line. Debt services and others remain unchanged. On the fleet replacement revenue and expense detail, revenues increase primarily due to an increase in use of money and property, about $494,000. This is reflecting higher interest earnings and increased fleet replacement rate revenue based on anticipating funded needs for future vehicle replacements. Internal charges increased from $0 to $40,000. This is reflecting an updated cost recovery for fire's insurance costs associated with a fire apparatus lease. And other revenues remain unchanged. In expenses, we see a modest shift in operating cost overall. Salaries and benefits decrease due to expected salary and lower retirement obligations. Allocated costs drop with updated IT support allocations, and supplies and services rise to meet program needs. We do see a significant $3.14 million increase in capital equipment and projects, primarily due to vehicle replacements that were deferred from fiscal year 26. Debt service and other costs declined this year, driven mainly by reductions in both principal and interest obligations. And this fleet reserves slide, you'll notice over the past few years, you'll see reserves declining from fiscal year 21 through fiscal year 25. That drop is largely because fleet was finally able to complete a backlog of delayed vehicle purchases, which drew down the large assigned balances we were carrying. Those early high reserve levels were almost entirely driven by assigned reserves. In fiscal year 21 and fiscal year 22, assigned reserves were over $700,000. And as those vehicle orders were fulfilled, that number steadily came down. Restricted reserves stay small and consistent throughout the period. These are tied to long-term obligations, and we don't expect much movement there year to year. You'll notice unassigned reserves remain at zero the entire time. That means every dollar in the reserve is either required by policy or already committed, so we don't have much flexible discretionary capacity built in. Our reserve target increases each year, and we did dip below that target in fiscal year 24 and 25. The good news is that by fiscal year 26 and 27, we're back on track and much closer to the target. Overall, the trend shows a return to normal. For information technology, they have 33 permanent full-time equivalents with an internal services fund budget of $10.4 million and a capital of $475,000. The major efforts for fiscal year 27 include implementing the Year 1 Technology Strategic Plan, telecommunications upgrade completion, enterprise artificial intelligence, enablement for productivity, public safety radio network plans. For fiscal year 27, the capital includes network infrastructure, business applications bridge fund, enterprise applications business continuity cloud migration, and desktop computer replacements. Information technology does not have any Measure C funded projects, and there are no fee changes. This revenue and expense detail page shows the IT operations fund, and I'll walk through the major changes again from fiscal year 27 year to approved to the recommended budget. The revenues decrease by approximately $459,000 entirely due to a reduction in internal charges. This reflects updated cost allocation assumptions and refined service level projections across departments. On the expense side, total spending decreased by $266,000, dropping from $10.69 million to $10.43 million. The key decreases are, or the most significant, are an elimination of transfers, which fall from $270,000 down to zero in the recommended budget. This is due to the capital outlay transfer desktop replacement project, which was removed in fiscal year 27 for capital rate recovery. Salaries decrease, reflecting vacancy adjustments, and benefits increase, reflecting updated cost estimates for healthcare and retirement. Allocated costs increase by roughly $40,000 due to citywide overhead and internal cost distribution adjustments. Supplies and services increased by $27,000, driven largely by software licensing and support costs. This slide, revenue and expense detail for capital, shows the revenues decreased by $350,000, and this decrease is entirely due to lower internal charges, reflecting adjustments to the desktop computer replacement project and office remodel for fiscal year 27, which were both zeroed out. Excuse me. The total expenses also decreased significantly by $484,000 approximately. So some major differences are in non-capital equipment. They are reduced by approximately $352,000, reflecting a more focused hardware and infrastructure replacement plan. And non-capital equipment decreased by $100,000 in the equipments line and in computer hardware line. We also see a reduction in capital equipment and projects where funding decreased. This reduction aligns the capital program with updated project priorities and available funding. Other categories, supplies and service, debt service, and others remain unchanged. And that debt service expense that you see in fiscal year 25, that $15,000 where you see zeros everywhere else, that is related to GASB 96 proprietary funds for interest software subscription. In this reserves slide, and for fiscal year 27, our reserves remain below the full policy target structure because growth over the past few years have been concentrated in assigned and capital reserves rather than in disaster and contingency categories. This is a result of increased technology replacement costs and ongoing investments in IT infrastructure that limited our ability to build those core policy reserves. We began recovering that structure gap in fiscal year 26 as operating savings improve our overall reserve position, and we expect to continue strengthening our reserve mix in fiscal year 27 with the stabilization of internal service charges and reduced capital outlays. While the total reserve balance meets the numerical target in fiscal year 27, rebuilding the policy designed reserve category remains a priority, and the recommended budget continues that progress. And now I'll turn it back to Ms. Glusak for finance.
Thank you, Ms. Valencia. Next up is our self-insurance fund, which is a part of the finance department. As I mentioned before, we are a self-insured entity, meaning that if something should occur, we have to meet a much higher threshold before our insurance kicks in. This requires us to keep funds on hand to do this, and that is what the self-insurance fund is for. Each of the departments pays in a portion based on actuarial studies and claims history. and a small portion on top of that to help replenish the fund, which is very under target, as we will see in a little bit. There are 38 and a half employees that are funded by the self-insurance fund, and they have a $27.8 million budget this year. I'm sorry, there are 5 positions funded. That is a typo. Sorry about that. Yeah. That 38.5 is the entire finance department, not just the 5 that are in this one. Apologies for that. In fiscal year 2027, some of the highlights are that we are continuing to reduce our materials and supplies as we move to more electronic formats. We are facing increasing insurance premiums, as everyone is, especially in the state of California, and also increased claims. As we heard last week, we have a lot of litigation going on, and we have a lot of claims coming our way through other means. The risk management group has also moved out of City Hall and into the offices at the Granada Garage, not in the garage itself, but in the offices down there. So please don't think that you're parking at their desk. There are no fees coming out of the self-insurance fund, and the projects that they have this year include streamlining the insurance tracking for our vendor contracts. So in revenues, you'll see a slight increase in our use of money and property. That is interest that our projections have shown we expect to come in higher than originally expected 2 years ago. The internal charges that we receive from our departments is unchanged from the 2-year plan. In expenditures, we have some expected increases in salaries and benefits. Allocated costs actually reduced slightly due to some of the reduction measures that we went around citywide. And information technologies and fleet were able to give a rebate back on prior year balances. So that actually went down this year. The $408,000 that you see on transfers was mentioned last week. That is going to the city attorney's office to help cover the cost of that additional litigation in attorney, and the $5,000 for non-capital equipment is for computer hardware. Taking a look at the self-insurance fund reserves, you see that black line is our actuarial recommended level of reserves. It is very obvious that we are short of that because of the cost of procuring our insurance policies and claim payouts. We haven't made as much progress as we would like to get back up to that level, but we are still implementing a plan to increase allocations from departments and add more revenue. It's just not enough at this time. But you do see an upward trend from fiscal year 2025 through fiscal year 2027. I'll hand it back to Ms. Valencia.
Thank you, Ms. Glusak. Moving on to sustainability and resilience. They have 35.3 FTEs, an enterprise budget of $88 million, an internal service budget of $2.4 million, and special revenue of $12,000. In fiscal year 27, their major efforts include the power supply contracts, SBCE customer programs, municipal energy and resilience projects, hauler compensation year 4 of the Marburg franchise agreement, and county MDA compensation. MDA stands for Management Detail Assignment. FY27 fee changes include the update to monthly franchise trash and recycling collection rates, revised in-place trash service fee, and the Measure C projects are the electronic vehicle infrastructure. For FY27, their capital projects include the Mid-Arroyo Borough restoration, Rattlesnake Creek restoration, Holly Park Creek restoration, low impact development, and bacterial reduction program. This expense and revenue detail page shows energy and climate management. And revenue and internal charges went down slightly because we refined the cost allocation for this year. Overall spending remains very stable with only slight decreases from the year to approved budget. Salaries and benefits see minor adjustments. Salaries decrease slightly while benefits increase slightly. Allocated costs drop modestly. This is due to updated internal cost allocation calculations across the organization. Supplies and services decreased from the year 2 plan. This reduction reflects updated needs for program materials such as vehicle fuel and non-contractual services. Special project funding increases slightly. This increase reflects the estimated cost of executing Stearns Wharf remediation project. The operating fund reserves for energy management. For fiscal year 27, our energy management fund reserves remain below the full policy target. Over the past few years, most of our reserve activity, again, has been in capital and restricted balance, while the disaster and contingency categories haven't grown. That's largely due to a higher energy project cost and the use of reserves to support those efforts. We saw a temporary improvement in fiscal year 26, but those one-time balances decline again in fiscal year 27 as planned commitments are fulfilled. The fiscal year 27 budget keeps us on a gradual path toward rebuilding the policy-designated reserves. Clean energy revenue and expense detail. Santa Barbara Clean Energy is the city's community choice energy program, and it is part of Energy and Climate. In this revenue and expense detail slide, the key changes are the use of money and property, which are lower due to rents and interest income, and a decrease in other revenues that is due to a change in energy generation rate. In expenses, salaries and benefits show a modest increase driven by updated labor and benefits cost assumptions. Allocated costs rise slightly due to updated citywide cost allocation formula. Supplies and services decrease, primarily reflecting changes in power supply contract costs. There is a modest increase in special projects. Non-capital equipment increases due to higher cost for computer software under $25,000, and debt services decrease as a result of reduced bad debt obligations. In this clean energy, the reserves for fiscal year 27, while total reserves exceed the numeric target, the fund remains below the structural policy target because most of the growth in recent years has been concentrated in the disaster and contingency categories, while restricted and assigned reserves have been drawn down to support program cost. We saw some recovery beginning in fiscal year 26, and the fiscal year 27 budget continues to rebuild reserves, particularly in the contingency category. But we still have work ahead to fully restore the policy-designated reserve structure. And we are now switching from internal city services to enterprise groups. This clean community revenue detail, we see an increase in use of money and property. This is due to a $142,000 increase in interest income and an increase of $1.8 million in fees and service charges. That represents overall revenue that will likely be passed through to county or Marburg. This is related to an increase in the in-place service fee, where Marburg haulers go into customer property to retrieve the carts for weekly service. This increase covers the fees that are being charged to us by Marburg. On this clean community expense detail slide, the overall expenses increased by about $2.53 million. Supplies and services is the largest driver of the increase, rising by about $2 million, primarily reflecting updated hauler compensation, operational costs, and program service needs. Allocated costs increased significantly, about $369,000, driven by updated internal cost allocation formulas. Salaries and benefits both rise modestly, reflecting updated staffing and benefit assumptions. Special projects increased by $50,000, supporting expanded program work for fiscal year 27 stormwater rebate program and outreach marketing for the program. All other categories, transfers, non-capital equipment, capital and debt service remain unchanged between the approved and recommended budgets. For Clean Community, our solid waste fund reserves show strong growth over time, rising from about $5.1 million in fiscal year 21 to $12.8 million by fiscal year 27. This increase supports rising service demands and future infrastructure needs. Target reserves grow in parallel from $3.8 million to $11.6 million, reflecting the expanded scale of the program. Capital and other reserves climb to nearly $7 million, strengthening long-term capital planning. Contingency reserves also grow over time, reaching about $4.6 million in fiscal year 27, which helps ensure we can respond to unexpected cost increases or operational disruptions. Restricted and assigned reserves fluctuate based on project timing, but stabilize by fiscal year 27. Importantly, we maintain no unassigned reserves, meaning every dollar is dedicated to required or planned uses. Overall, the fund remains financially strong and well aligned with policy targets. On this Creek's revenue detail slide, we're seeing modest growth. Taxes increased by about $110,000, driven primarily by higher transient occupancy tax receipts. We're also seeing an additional $127,000 in the use of money and property category, which reflects stronger interest earnings this year. For Creek's expense detail revenue, you will see a modest change in salaries and benefits. There's also allocated costs increased significantly by about $204,000 as a result of updated internal cost allocation formulas. Supplies and services increased by roughly $261,000, aligning the budget with updated operational needs and program work. Special projects see the largest change, an increase of about $400,000 due to an adjustment to add funds for Charge Up Santa Barbara project, which is an incentive program to install EV charging infrastructure at multifamily residences. This is a Santa Barbara clean energy program, but the increases related to stormwater management program offsets. Transfers remain unchanged at $3.45 million, consistent with the long-term capital funding plan. Non-capital equipment stays flat with no change from the year 2 plan. Debt services and other decreased slightly from $11,000 to $3,000 due to revised estimates of minor obligations. Excuse me. For capital, revenue and expense for creeps and capital remain unchanged from the year 2 approved budget. And this is an itemized list of the Creek's capital project, and as mentioned in the previous slide, there are no changes to the recommended budget from the year 2 approved budget for Creek Restoration Water Quality Capital. And I'll turn it back to Ms. Glusak.
Thank you, Ms. Valencia. Next up, we have our municipal airport. Our airport does service commercial, recreational, and industrial aviation. So if you get something from FedEx or Amazon, or they're coming through there, as well as our postal department. And also if you try to go somewhere from Santa Barbara, it's a very convenient way to travel. It's also award-winning. They support 82.1 full-time employees. That includes an allocation to sustainability and resilience to support one of their positions. They have a full budget in their enterprise fund of $53.4 million, which includes transfers back and forth. They do have several different funds, and they do have to transfer things back and forth for operations and capital improvements. They have $1.3 million this year in capital expenditures. This year, they have not changed their personnel makeup. They have the same number of full-time equivalents. Their key changes are an increase of $7 million in their passenger facility charge, a modest decrease in their customer facility charge, and $1.2 million an increase in their ongoing revenues due to stronger results. And they've also slightly increased their parking rates. Expenditures have also gone up slightly. They're continuing the shuttle program for $605,000. And the reason is the Southfield parking lot project has been delayed for completion, so they are continuing those shuttle services. There's also an increase in capital transfers due to planned projects, and an increase to overtime to accommodate a more realistic projection of what their overtime needs are based on unplanned absences, including vacations and sickness. Their major efforts this year include the terminal improvement design. They are going to secure as much funding as humanly possible for the design for construction by fiscal year 28 with loans and bonds as backup. This includes going after $37 million of FAA grants. There's a just shy of $10 million, 10% matching requirement for that, which will be covered by that $7 million passenger facilities charge, and any remaining funds will be allocated to the airport share of the FAA grants that they have been awarded. There are a number of capital projects this year. We'll look at a list of those in a little bit more detail in a moment, but they're down the right-hand side of the slide. You can see that they are working on their utility infrastructure program, their infrastructure maintenance, stormwater improvements, pavement maintenance, passenger boarding bridge maintenance, and the security systems replacements. So here we have the operating funds revenue and expense detail. The use of money and property there is predominantly terminal revenues and under the terminal group of lease revenues, commercial airline revenues, landing fees, buildings, rents, et cetera, followed by non-commercial aviation like Atlantic and Signature, and finally commercial industrial properties. So everything that is outside of the fence of the airport and north of Hollister. Intergovernmental revenue is predominantly FAA grants, which are tied specifically to projects that are adopted by council as they are confirmed. So you will be hearing more about that as we secure those grants throughout the year, and they will be programmed at that time. Due to uncertainty around the federal funding, we revise the budget as we go along. Sorry. So overall, we have a $7.2 million increase in operating revenue because of some of the stronger than anticipated fiscal year 2026 revenue performance and some fee adjustments. The revenue forecast for fiscal year 2027 has been modestly increased by about 1.2 million, bringing it to 36.9 million. This change comes from a couple of routine data-driven updates. These include several revenue categories that are performing better than expected, a planned parking rate update of $2 per hourly and daily increases, which will take effect on July 1st to maintain alignment with other airports in this region. The operating budget reflects a $6 million net transfer in changes. This results from two technical accounting changes. One is a one-time $7 million transfer of the new passenger facility charges that are planned, and also the removal of $1 million of customer facility charges transfer that's now reimbursed with a reimbursement for the Southfield redevelopment project that is complete. The customer facility charge revenue will continue to be collected to support future rental car facility improvements. You also note a $1.7 million increase to operating expenses. This is due to two unavoidable increases that include additional operations overtime, driven by increased shift coverage by full-time staff, and continuation of shuttle service for one more year, which was necessary due to delays in the long-term south parking lot project. Shuttle operations were originally planned to end in 2027, but must remain in place until that lot is able to open. Airport's other funds consist of the aforementioned passenger facility charge, the customer facility charge, and the Air 19 DS fund. Use of money and property, I'm so sorry. The use of money in, I have the wrong notes on this page. I'm sorry, my notes on this page are incorrect. If you have questions about this slide, please let us know, and we will have airport staff come up and explain the slide. Moving on to the capital funds for airport. The mid-cycle 2027 capital budget increases the base budget transfer from operating funds by just short of $1 million, from 4.9 to 5.9 million, which includes 4.6 million for the airport local share of the FAA-supported terminal and other planned FAA-funded capital projects, and $1.3 million for other priority capital improvements. Next slide. Here you have a list of the airport projects that are budgeted for fiscal year 2027. You may note that there are several projects that were originally funded in the two-year plan that are now at zero, and this is due to a delay in construction of the Southfield parking. It was estimated to save some cost and increase revenues by a net of $1 million annually, and so this year we had to tighten up in fiscal year 2027, which delayed some of these projects or having to push them out for more cost-effective planning as we get things done. Next up, we have the airport reserve slide. Planned capital expenses, namely that south terminal parking lot project, are taking up some of the reserves, which is a planned cost that will ultimately result in a sizable revenue, that $1 million net that I mentioned earlier. The airport does have a 5-year plan in place that will get them back up to policy levels before 2030. Next up, we have our downtown parking group, which is part of the city administrator's office. The downtown parking group does have its own enterprise fund and does not affect the general fund. There are 23.9 full-time employees in this group with a budget of 10.9 million and capital of 1.2 million. In fiscal year 2027, some of their major efforts include technology transformation in the service parking lots, namely going to a self-pay system, streamlining the street parking management, coordinating with our downtown Santa Barbara group, facilities assessment and capital planning, which is part of that larger facilities assessment plan that Ms. Valencia mentioned earlier, planning for operational changes and financial stability. They are proposing several fee changes, most of them reducing. So they're going to reduce the commuter permits in the Cannon Bernardino garage from $165 a month to $95 a month, increasing the discounted Amtrak Greyhound passenger parking rate. So if you take Amtrak or Greyhound, they have a discounted parking rate in that depot lot that is going to go from $10 to $15 a day. They would also like to reduce the daily maximum in self-service lot on Helena from $20 to $15 and add a $2 per square foot monthly charge for temporarily expanded sidewalk dining downtown. They have several capital projects this year. The revenue control system is going to help facilitate that planned move to being more self-managed payment in our surface parking lots. Annual maintenance and repair to keep our lots and our structures in good working order. Parking garage floor and deck repair and maintenance, fire alarm upgrades for lots 6 and 7, and pavement at the Paseo lots for maintenance. Major highlights for revenues in the downtown parking operating fund are a 5% increase year over year in hourly parking revenue. The use of money and property that you see here is rents that are predominantly from the film festival on State Street, and just behind them are risk and emergency response that also rents space from downtown parking group. And the intergovernmental portion is the money we receive from our local school districts to provide crossing guard services. On our expense detail, you see a slight increase, which is expected for salaries and benefits, but other than that, the expenditures are remaining fairly constant in this group. For the capital fund, we're delaying several projects until the completion of the facilities assessment, at which time we will assess what needs to be done and program money at that time. The revenue control system, as I mentioned earlier, was part of a larger plan to shift to a self-service model in their service lots, which will ultimately reduce operating costs. And at that point, we expect to recover those costs rather quickly. So now we look at our downtown parking reserves. They are far beneath our targeted reserves, but we have recognized this in prior years and made moves to rectify that. So they do have a 5-year plan in place. We do see an up-year trend in years 25, 26, and 27, 25 being our low. So we are headed back towards being at the reserve levels. Next up, we have our golf fund, which is part of our Parks and Recreation group. The less than one person that is employed there is part of the management of the company that manages the actual golf course. Their budget for the golf fund in total for operations is $6.5 million, with $2.2 budgeted for capital this year. Their major efforts this year are developing a 10-year plan for reinvestment on the infrastructure at the golf course, completing the clubhouse building, completing the clubhouse building conditions assessment, permit and renovation design, and developing a driving range assessment and renovation plan. There are some moderate golf and round cart golf round and cart increases to support the infrastructure investment that goes on every year. And we have some of the capital projects listed down the side there, including some greens renovation, tee box renovation, new power turf equipment, cart path repairs, and tree planting. This is the first year that we're not budgeting a surplus in a while in the golf. So the golf reserves are growing, and so that the infrastructure that will be taking place in this year's capital outlay and reserves surplus. So even using reserves, they're still maintaining their necessary levels. So you will see that we do have a healthy reserve, as you will see in a couple more slides. So this is the first year that they, in a while, that they're not bringing in more money than they're actually spending. So there you see that there is no change in their fees and services, a small amount in use of money and property per our interest forecasting. Supplies and services remain relatively stable, as do other expenditures. Here we have our golf capital fund, revenue and expenses. You can see that that the revenues that come in from the operating fund are offsetting the planned expenditures. In the second half of the slide, you can see the list of these projects that are going on for this year. Again, this is the first year that we are not budgeting a surplus in this fund. Next slide. And you can see on this slide that we have been budgeting a surplus for some time, which will land into the reserves. So since 2020, the Golf Fund has strategically built up that reserve level to support major infrastructure projects over the next 2 years. In fiscal year 2025 and 2026, the reserves will be used to balance the operating budget deficits driven by increased capital investment, and the proposed budget preserves a minimum reserve balance while advancing critical infrastructure improvements. And as you can see, the disaster capital and contingency reserve are at policy level, and the assigned portion is for these planned expenditures. I'll now turn it back over to Ms. Valencia for water resources.
Continuing along with water resources, water and wastewater. They have 146.9 full-time equivalents with a water operating budget of $93.5 million, a wastewater enterprise fund budget of $39.4 million, $28.1 million in water operating capital, and $7.1 million in wastewater capital. Some of the major efforts for fiscal year 27 include the delivery of capital projects such as Via Lucero, lift station force main, 6-mile water main replacement, and implementing new communication tools to alert customers of planned and emergency work that impacts wastewater service, as well as improve employee recruitment and retention. Some of the fiscal year 27 fee changes include a 5% increase for service fees, excluding contractor-provided services and recosted fees older than 5 years. Added water service projects, review and site visit fees, and new options for sewer abandonments. A 9.5% wastewater rate increase, as well as a 10% water rate increase. These rate increases were approved as part of the 2025 budget process. For fiscal year 27, some of their capital projects include the annual water main replacement budget, annual water main replacement, reservoir and groundwater development, lift pump station rehab, sanitary sewer overflow compliance, and desalination and recycled water. In this water operating revenue detail slide, the main change you see is in the water operating revenue fees and service charges category. This reduction reflects lower fiscal year 27 or 26 rather, water sales, and the fiscal year 27 recommended budget still assumes a 10% rate increase, keeping revenue aligned with fiscal year 26 year-end projections. For water operating expense detail, salaries and benefits show modest increase reflecting updated labor and benefit costs. Supplies and services increase while special projects decrease. This is due to reclassifying water purchase costs from special projects to supplies and services. Capital equipment and projects decrease, and non-capital equipment increases slightly due to rising computer hardware and software costs under $25,000. Debt services and others increased modestly, primarily due to higher tax expense and interests. For water capital, the water capital expenses increased slightly from $27.9 million in the year 2 plan to $28.1 million, mainly due to updated capital project cost estimates. Revenues also increased modestly, driven by higher internal charges that reflect the revised capital funding needs. Supplies and services remain at zero for fiscal year 27, consistent with the year 2 projection, and all additional changes are tied to adjustments in project budgets based on current scopes. For water operating reserves, they grow about $36 million in fiscal year 21 to a peak of $58 million in fiscal year 25. Then they level off to roughly $54 million in fiscal year 27. Target reserves also rise steadily as system and capital needs increase. Capital and other and rate stabilization remains strong, while contingency continues to build towards $6 million, improving our emergency response capacity. Restricted and assigned reserves shift with project timing, and we maintain no unassigned reserves. Overall, reserves remain healthy and aligned with policy expectations. For the wastewater operating revenue detail, we have a reduction in use of money and property, and that's primarily driven by lower interest income. And we also have a slight increase in fees and service charges, and that's due to a change in brine disposal fees. Excuse me. For wastewater operating expense details, the fiscal year 27 recommended budget makes a few key adjustments. And salaries increase slightly, while benefits and allocated costs come down based on updated projections. Supplies and services rise, while special projects drop due to a shift of funds between the two. Transfers decrease as capital funding requirements are updated, and debt service increases to support scheduled repayments. There are no changes in revenues or expenses in this wastewater capital, but you do see an increase from fiscal year 25 actuals to the fiscal year 26 projected budget, and this is mainly due to multi-year projects carrying forward unspent funds. In fiscal year 27, it looks much lower because it only includes the new funding request, and we don't expect to use the full amount. This wastewater reserves fluctuate over time, rising from about $11.8 million in fiscal year 21 to a projected $12.9 million in fiscal year 26, then settling at $11.8 million in fiscal year 27. Disaster and capital reserves continue to grow steadily, and contingency increases to just over $1.1 million, improving our emergency readiness. Restricted reserves also rise to $2.49 million, reflecting regulatory and debt requirements, while balances shift with project timing. Overall, the reserves remain stable and aligned with long-term policy expectations. Moving on to waterfront. This includes harbor operations, facility management, and business operations. They have 46.2 full-time equivalents with an enterprise budget of $23.3 million and a capital budget of $2.1 million. Some of the major efforts for fiscal year 27 include the vessel insurance policy, mooring field expansion project, slip economics review, leasing policy, waterfront adaptation plan, and federal dredge funding. Some of the fee schedule changes include the tier slip fee increase, tier slip transfer fee increase, annual parking permit increase, and the removal of daily max parking limits. The fiscal year 27 capital projects include Stern Wharf Annual Maintenance Program, Marina Annual Maintenance Program, restroom ADA upgrades, Fisherman's Landing Project, and parking lot repairs. In this revenue detail, the licenses and permits are increasing, driven primarily by higher harbor parking permit sales. Use of money and property is decreasing due to lower revenue from food service leases. Intergovernmental revenue is zero in all years except for fiscal year 25, which reflects one-time funding for a used oil recycling project. Fees and service charges are increasing, mainly due to higher slip rental revenue, and other revenues are decreasing, reflecting updated revenue projections across minor categories. For their expense details, salaries and benefits decrease, reflecting staffing and cost adjustments. allocated costs decreased slightly based on updated internal cost allocations. Supplies and services decreased driven by lower needs for janitorial supplies, household goods, uniform allowance, and routine maintenance. Special projects increased primarily due to added funding for waterfront harbor patrol needs. Non-capital equipment decreases reflecting reduced equipment replacement needs, and debt service and others remain unchanged from the year 2 approved budget. In waterfront capital, we see offsetting decreases in internal change revenues or charge revenues and in the capital equipment and projects expense line. This reflects reduced needs for non-building improvements and the resurfacing program. For the waterfront reserves, we have grown steadily over the past several years, rising from about $5.2 million in fiscal year 21 to a projected $10.3 million in fiscal year 26, before adjusting to $8.8 million in fiscal year 27 as project spending ramps up. Disaster and contingency reserves continue to strengthen, and capital and other reserves remain stable to support major maintenance needs. Restricted and assigned reserves fluctuate with project timing, but overall the waterfront fund remains financially stable and aligned with policy targets going into fiscal year 27. And with that, I'll hand it back to Ms. Gusak.
Thank you, Ms. Valencia. Again, our recommendation to the City Council is that the Council hear a report from staff in connection with the City Administrator's recommended operating and capital budget for fiscal year 2027. So thank you for hearing our report. And now we'll open the floor to questions, public comment, and discussion.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Glizak. Since our new policy, we're going to go ahead and have our public comment now, and then come back to council. Faiza Dean, first speaker. I don't see, do we have speakers online, Madam Clerk?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, and with that, then we will close public comment and move back to council for questions and/or comment. Mr. Jordan.
You can't sit through that and not say something, right?
So you don't really have to, you know.
I don't either, but I just wanted to say it's obvious that in comparison to 4 years ago and now, you're making an effort to better show the use of reserves as why they are where they are, and not just have that bar going way above a black line and be unassigned or whatever. There's some categories there. There's some exceptions there, but I'm sure there's good reasons. But I think to me that's just one of the things I remember always having, particularly on the community user, waterfront, golf, whatever, where people actually pay money to go use something and then wonder why they're paying so much, but seeing so many unspecified reserves set by. So I just wanted to say I recognize that you've made some big changes there, and I appreciate it because it makes it much more easier to explain why we're carrying reserve loads that we are. So thanks.
All right, very good. I see Faiza Dean just walked back in. Do you want to go ahead and make your comment, Ms. Dean? You said you didn't be online, right? You do or no? Thank you. All right, please go ahead for the 3 minutes. Then back to you, Mr. Friedman.
I want to say, again, I'm Faiza Dean. If you can look at the handout that I gave you, if you look at page 1 in front of you, the formula dictates the overall results equals the city's material baseline, variables X, Y, and N multiplied by exponential power of T variables squared, subject to the absolute value constraints that the absolute value of T equals T. Mayor and council members, please look down at the printed packet again, already in front of you. Turn to the operational demand section. So you're sitting here right now debating about city administrators' mid-cycle budget for fiscal year 2027. Go away, Siri. That's not good. Searching for internal efficiencies to bridge a structural deficit. Yet, you are casually leaking 400,000 of your flexible housing reserves completely out of the budget to pay for an outside legal defense contractor because your own city attorney admitted on the record that he lacks the capacity to handle this federal litigation internally. My corporation has established a financial architecture to permanently fix this resource drain. I am demanding that you allocate $10,000 from your housing reserves to seed the Santa Barbara Pro Se Trust under our registered business name, the California Pro Se Fund. This capital will not be spent. It will act as an institutional security pool to back surety bonds. This allows independent pro se litigants to check out vital law books on Friday afternoon, to prepare for trial over a weekend, ensuring continuous access to the court. This trust is built to be entirely self-sustaining, generating its own ongoing operational revenue through users' return and late fees.
Thank you. That's time. Thank you very much. Okay, that's all for public comment on this item. We'll go back to Mr. Friedman and then Ms. Sneddon after that.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I personally didn't turn my light because I usually have the most questions, so I wanted to give everybody else a chance to go before. But all right, so just a few questions. I'm going to start slide 16 on the capital equipment and projects. You mentioned that part of that specific, I think it's the third one up on the bottom, the capital equipment projects, was vehicle replacements, and the costs are coming in. So being that that is one of the measures that we're delaying replacement of vehicles in the general fund, is this just for public works within the enterprise, or does this particular line item have impacts to the general fund?
Thank you, Councilmember Friedman. Excellent question. So this slide shows the expenditures for the fleet replacement fund, which all of the city pays into, and then they manage the fleet. So what I believe what you're speaking to is the $2 million rebate, essentially, that was given to the general fund from the fleet replacement group. So what has happened over time is that the price to replace all of these vehicles has gone up substantially. And so that is increasing the amount that we are having to pay for them. So overall, we will need to pay more. However, in prior years, we have delayed replacement of certain vehicles. And so where they had the full funds to replace them, they continued to pay in. And so there was a little bit of surplus there that they were able to release back to the funds. So overall, we are paying more for the vehicle replacements, but we are looking very actively at which lower mileage and lower use vehicles can be either extended on useful life or not replaced when they reach the end of their useful life.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification. So there might be, this affects somewhat of the general fund, but in overall, this gets to why that measure is only a temporary measure within the general fund, because it's not something that we can bank on every year to reduce the general fund deficit, because it's really just delaying out something that we need to purchase at a later time.
Councilmember Friedman, that is correct.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, I'm trying to do these in order. Slide 24, please. So the self-insurance fund reserves, those are below target policy, and we've talked about that at different times on trying to reduce litigation, really looking at how we can manage that. But this is a reserve that's below that. We really need to have a plan to get back up to the targets. But in addition, we have our general fund reserves, which we're in the emergencies right now. So these are both critical because the self-insurance fund reserves are something that we could potentially be relying on in an emergency as well. So when we look at the general fund reserves being 25, 30 million under policy right now, and then in addition we have this, and this is another, say, 15 million on top of the general fund reserves, as I understand it.
Councilmember Freeman, that is correct.
So I just wanted for everyone at home to understand that it's not just the emergency reserves, it's the self-insurance fund reserves. So that adds another 15 or so million in reserves that we are under policy as well. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Freeman, if I may.
Yes.
If I may just add a little bit more to that, the resources in the self-insurance fund support the entire organization. And so the waterfront, for example, pays in an annual amount into the self-insurance fund to help pay for their proportional share of property insurance, general liability coverage, things like that. So every fund is supported by the self-insurance fund, not just the general fund.
Thank you. So it's part of it, but we still need to replenish that as well. Thank you. And slide 27. On sustainability, one of the issues that came up was a decrease in revenue. And I'm not sure if it's this slide or it's in the sustainability department. So we tie our rates to Edison, and I'm just wondering, there was discussion, maybe Ms. Parento, I see you out there, if you could come and tell us how our rates, and if there was a decline by Edison, it got mentioned earlier today at Finance, that Edison made a change in their rates, so that affects our revenue, and we're tied to them, but we've had discussions about removing ourselves from pegging to Edison. Can you, one, explain if that's correct, and then two, if there is plans to make a change?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Friedman, through the mayor. We do tie our rates to Edison, so we have a Edison Plus model. Edison reduced their rates by about 9% on the generation side, which is where they're tied, and so we commensurately reduced our rates by 9% in January. We have discussed in the past what's called a cost of service model, which is what you're talking about, decoupling from Edison and just doing our straight cost of service to customers. That would be disruptive and takes quite a long time to study. So it's not off the table, but this is not the time to do it when customers are already facing sort of unprecedented affordability issues. It is important to reiterate that the major cost increases we've seen over the last 5 years are not tied to the generation side of the bill, which is what Santa Barbara Clean Energy provides, but more to the transmission and distribution side related to wildfire investments and other elements. So very important to just reiterate that. But yes, we do tie, we did reduce.
Thank you. That was my next and final question was, when we're talking about affordability for rates, why have they gone up? You just answered it. It's more on the wildfire and other sides that are outside of our control. And that's a large factor going into the higher electricity rates we're all facing. Thank you. And on to only two more. Slide 30. And this one might be for Ms. McAdoo. It does relate to an issue that came up at the Sustainability Committee, and I'm just trying to understand. It gets into the reserves, and there was an issue related to cart service with Marburg, and there wasn't a cost recovery. There was, but we have to redo that. And so, in order to address the shortfall, there was a discussion and a recommendation, and it was a 2-1 vote at Sustainability on whether or not to have the full recovery or to spread that out over reserves. And I'm just wondering if that item is going to come back for further discussion, or if that's part of the budget that we're going to be adopting this year. Because if that is part of the recommendation is going to come back in June, I'd like to get some more information on that, because there's a lot to it in terms of who ends up paying for that, who doesn't, and what the implications on the reserves. So could you just clarify if that will come back as part of the budget?
I believe it's coming back to council, but I'll let Ms. Parento respond to that question.
Thank you, Councilmember Friedman. So in our proposal to the Sustainability Committee, which has now been embedded in this proposed budget, we did offer to spread the reserve recovery over, not the reserve recovery, the fee true-up over 3 years, which will require some use of reserve on the Clean Community and Solid Waste Fund. And then that reserve recovery would be spread over time through the general rates. That would get socialized throughout the rate payers, but is substantially lower than socializing the in-place service.
So that will be part of the ultimate budget recommendation coming to us in June?
Correct.
If we could have some, I don't know if today's the right time, but just to go through that, because it was a 2-1 vote, but it was also different trade-offs with it. So if we could have that.
I'd recommend we do it as a separate discussion, and maybe we bring it back with budget deliberations.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, not today.
Because
yeah.
we don't have the information, the full presentation. I think the full council would benefit from that.
Yeah, I just wanted to highlight that because I think there was a lot to it, and just have more information so the full council can make an informed decision on that, regardless of which way it goes. Thank you. And then the last item is, I guess, slide 61 on the waterfront. And just in general, Mr. Wiltshire, just in general, we did secure, you were able, and thank you for the job that you did, Congressman Carbajal and all of our staff, and in terms of getting the dredging funding, but that's only for this coming cycle, correct?
We just completed a dredging cycle, or Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Friedman, we just completed a dredging cycle in the spring using FY25 funds, and then we most recently, the funding you're speaking of is for FY26, so that should cover us for a winter dredge cycle and then a spring 2027 dredge cycle.
So we're covered through the next fiscal year, but then again, we don't know what's beyond that, and based on what just happened, we have to plan for any which way it could go.
Exactly. I mean, it's really, really nice. We're in a good spot now that we have another year of federal funding coverage, but the FY27 funding is still TBD.
Okay. And then the last question, or two follow-up questions. In terms of looking ahead in the next 2, 5, and even 10 years, we have the waterfront adaptation plan that is currently in progress. There's going to be a lot of capital investments needed. Do we have, just in general, plans going forward to start putting money into reserves or looking at potential funding sources for that, because that's going to come up sooner rather than later?
Yeah, it's been a really great process to be a part of that long-range planning effort. I really look at it in sort of 3 funding levels. There's sort of this near phase, the next 1 through 3 years, which is something that we could reasonably fund with waterfront capital, maybe some general fund capital. This is kind of quick hit measures, flood protection, potentially bike path and pedestrian path that would act as some defensive measure in the Harbor West and Ledbetter area. And then kind of the next phase, 5 to 10, 15 years, those are sort of the bigger dollars, $5 million, $20 million type things. And then the really long range, which is dollars that we just haven't planned for or scaled yet. The hope is that we're fairly ahead of the curve with this sort of planning and process. So we are going to go after any state level funding that we can to help fund that sort of mid-year gap and even the short-term gap. I sensed you back there.
And just to add on to that, to Director Wiltshire, Councilmember Friedman, we are, the Adaptation and Resilience team in their fiscal year 27 work plan does have a funding study as a priority. And so they'll be looking at how other cities, counties, federal agencies across the board are looking to fund adaptation work. And we'll bring a report back to full council on that.
Great, thank you. That's great news, and I appreciate the work that the Waterfront Department and Sustainability together, and even Parks Department is part of that too, all of our departments down in the waterfront, to really look at the next few years that we're able to fund it kind of in-house, and that comes because of the strength of the fiscal planning that we've been able to do and build the reserves of. And then the last question, I just raised this because it gets to, just for the stats, maybe it's Mr. DiMartini. The insurance on the wharf, it's always one that it's kind of the canary in the coal mine of why our expenses are going up significantly throughout the city. And what it was on the wharf, the deductible versus what we would have to pay now during a natural disaster, and with a projected strong El Nino coming, potential damages. Can you just speak to what the insurance on the wharf, what the deductible was, what it is now?
Happy to, Councilmember Freeman. Just a couple of years ago, the deductible on Stearns Wharf was, I believe it was $250,000. That went up to $1 million. Today, it stands at $2.5 million, and effective July 1st, it will be increasing to $3 million.
Sure.
So that just shows the rate of increase for insuring one of our most highly traveled, public-facing assets that the city owns and operates. So if there was to be an incident or a natural disaster or something that happened on the wharf, we would be responsible for utilizing existing waterfront reserves to pay the first $3 million before our insurance policy kicks in. It's also critical that we have those assets in place because if there is a disaster, which could potentially be a FEMA event where we might seek Cal OES or FEMA recovery, it is very uncertain at this time if we would get that sort of recovery. So that just means that our reserves are even more important to have to cover that initial $3 million.
And although we have the waterfront reserves, there's other pressures there as well. So ultimately, there could be a reliance, especially if we didn't get FEMA reimbursements like in the past, to rely on the general fund as a backstop, not upfront, but a backstop. So that's the other importance of why we need to have robust general fund reserves.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have. I just want to say I appreciate all that staff did to put this together. A lot of great work, very detailed, and it shows all that goes into the city. And there's a lot more questions I could ask, but I think I've bored everybody enough today on the numbers. So thank you.
You sure now. Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. Could we go to slide 11? Just a second. And first, while we're getting there, I just want to first comment that thank you for answering the questions up top about the general fund questions from before. That's really nice to have updates as we go to answering those questions. Really appreciate it. So just starting on this slide, there's some things here that I have some questions about. I'll start with sustainability and resilience. Well, actually, I'll start with downtown parking. Is downtown parking still an enterprise fund? I thought we had sort of figured that out in a new structure. If you could clarify that.
So, Councilmember Sneddon, there was conversations about potentially moving it to the to the general fund from being an enterprise fund. And that was when the general fund was significantly subsidizing the downtown parking fund. We have stabilized the downtown parking fund, and so, and there is no longer a general fund subsidy. And there were conversations, I think we had them last budget cycle, about leaving the downtown parking fund as an enterprise fund for now because of some of the flexibility it allows us in terms of potential capital bonding ideas or needs for facility upgrades and things like that. So currently the downtown parking fund is still an enterprise fund, but no longer being subsidized by the general fund.
Okay, excellent.
Thank you. And if I can just add one point, we were worried about it also exacerbating the reserve issues too if we were to move it over to the general fund. So that was another point that we made on that. Thank you. Go right ahead. Okay, thank you. So I guess back on this slide too, so with sustainability and resilience, clean energy is in the enterprise fund and solid waste is in the enterprise fund, but then sort of other parts of sustainability and resilience like energy management are internal services. So my question there is about funds that get transferred, which thank you to sustainability and resilience because you're transferring funds to fill holes in other areas. But which of these funds, those in the enterprise funds are restricted, but those in internal services can be moved? Or if you could just clarify that a little bit. And like obviously Measure B funds are not to be moved or only spent in a certain way. So just an overview of how those different funds work within sustainability and resilience.
Thank you, Councilmember Sneddon, through the mayor. We have 4 separate funds in sustainability and resilience. And to your point, one of them is Measure B, which is not on this slide because it's a special fund. And that it does have funding guidelines that have been approved by council 3 different times to restrict what that funding is used for. And that's related to water quality and creek restoration and on-street pollution. And then for our enterprise funds, clean energy, that is revenue from electricity rates, and that we have a rate setting policy related to those rates that dictates what those funds can be used for. And we allow them to be used for renewable energy projects, energy investments throughout the community, and also climate action, both planning and implementation. For solid waste, those are Proposition 218 regulated funds, and so they must be spent on things related to the solid waste program, which can include education and outreach and other sort of neighborhood nuisance programming. And so That's what those are restricted to. And the Energy Management Fund is an internal services fund because it brings in revenues in an allocated manner from other departments, from general funds specifically, to pay both electricity and natural gas bills. And it's called an energy revolving fund. So any surpluses achieved by that fund in each year gets reinvested into city facilities through energy efficiency measures. So what that means is that when we are transferring funds to the general fund, it has to be mission related. For example, Measure B is funding a Parks Ranger position in the next year, and we are working on a service level agreement with Parks and Recreation to really guide that position, having it take extra care in the creeks and creek adjacent properties, and really be a steward for the creek properties that are within parks, which is substantial. Clean Community is going to be funding some of the beach grooming, for example, that is also undertaken by Parks and Rec, and that's related to the majority of what they're picking up is trash on our beaches, and so directly related to the Proposition 218 regulations. Does that answer your question?
It does. Thank you so much, because I get a little worried sometimes when we talk about transferring over that people, myself included, might not understand exactly from where it's being transferred and for what. So I really appreciate that. And just, it's glad you mentioned Measure B. I'm not interested in touching Measure B, and we couldn't anyway. But it'll get to my next point, and I think those are all my questions for you, Ms. Prento. Thank you. I can see you on camera. Yeah. So I think there's sort of a pattern that when a fund is an enterprise fund and has a strong and involved commission that's associated with it, I think those are like regular check-ins, more than just once a year at budget time, to see where reserves are affected and what the plans are to replenish reserves. I'm looking at the Water Commission, the Creeks Commission, sustainability and resilience. We're looking at that throughout the year on what's happening with reserves. Downtown parking has its own committee, so it's doing that too. The airport, the golf course doesn't, it does with parks, but Parks Commission. So I'm just seeing that and wondering, is it our finance committee that is supposed to be regularly looking at what's happening with general fund reserves throughout the year? That's one question. Or who is for self-insurance fund and for general fund? Like, I know the council is that oversight, but how often are those being checked in on?
Yes, Councilmember Sneddon. So every quarter, staff produces a quarterly report that is on the City Council agenda on consent. In the past 2 years, we have presented the Q2 report to the City Council, which goes into quite a level of detail about revenues and expenditures through the first half of the fiscal year, and then also a projection of where we think we will end the fiscal year. During that presentation, we also show an updated projection for the general fund reserves. Every quarter, we do a presentation for the Finance Committee. And so staff provides that information on a quarterly basis to the Finance Committee, and we provide those updates and potential impacts on revenues, expenditures, and reserve. That quarterly financial report includes information in it about the general fund, all 8 enterprises, and the internal service funds, which includes the self-insurance fund. On a monthly basis, on consent at City Council, there's a monthly financial statement. So it includes just a financial report that shows you very similar information, but the quarterly report is the much more robust report from staff.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And that goes through finance and is then gone into in detail and comes out of finance with the recommendation to council. Is that?
Yes, that's correct. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So I think the comment I want to make here, and for further discussion, is that to Councilmember Harmon's comments often about our reserve policies, and this is a question I'm going to have, and I think I'm going to ask that in our next budget cycles or next year, that Finance Committee really do deep dives on this. That, the disaster reserves, there are differences between natural disasters or financial disasters. And a lot of times we're thinking of disaster, earthquake, debris flow, major events that would impact certain types of funding. And some of those have reserves in their enterprise funds, like the waterfront or public works or different departments. I'm really concerned about the public works not having robust reserves yet, and I'm wondering, because we've sort of split into two, that might need a little sort of subcommittee. I mean, there's the Measure C oversight, but somehow really putting attention on the public works reserve. But these others, some of these would be used in a natural disaster and would be available in a natural disaster. And then to financial disaster, sort of like what happened in pandemic times, there would be certainly some functions that we wouldn't even try to keep doing. And so, not for this discussion here, but it brings it up because I really like the new, as Councilmember Jordan said, the new emphasis on each slide on what the reserves are in each of those. But I think holistically, like when my electric car is running out of battery, it goes into power saver mode. And certainly I wouldn't still be running the air conditioning at, full high and, the radio high and the windows down. So when we're getting in points of time when the reserves are lower, or if there were a disaster, I think there's a distinction between what types of operations we would be expecting to keep running into those 3 months, the year, the point after that. And so I think in the future, in finance, a really holistic look at altogether the reserves in each one of these funds, and then in the case of a natural disaster, which of those would be most burdened, which of those are most equipped to be able to handle that, and then into the general fund. I don't know if it's making sense what I'm saying, but it's a comment that I'll want to bring up at budget deliberations too. But this was very, very helpful separating out each fund, and some of these have incredibly healthy reserves, and like to sustainability and resilience, it started with nothing and then had a very aggressive plan for getting those reserve targets met over time. And so it can be done. It's just a matter of planning. So thank you for that. Those are my comments, but this was a really, really helpful presentation.
All right, very good. What is a comment just on that comment? Basically, the thing about reserves and reserves in enterprise funds versus general funds, it's always kind of scary. Sometimes it's kind of attractive to think about parsing those, but a natural disaster versus a financial disaster, because we are primarily a hospitality finance town, natural disasters turn into financial disasters. So we may not have, for example, had responsibilities physically in the La Conchita flow, but it certainly was a financial disaster for us, as was the pandemic. So I'd be a little cautious about looking at the shiny object of a large enterprise fund reserve, because there are reasons why they are structured the way they are. But with that, I think we will thank you for that very good presentation and move on. Yeah. We have item 10 coming up, which Ms. McAdoo. We do have a couple of speakers. We do have a time estimate of 5 o'clock.
Correct. I have just one more speaker card. I think if the council would like to hear these public speakers now, if they're here in the audience, we have the flexibility to do the public speakers now. The staff presentation will not happen until 5 p.m., or the council could take a break until 5 p.m. It's at the council's discretion.
Well, if those speakers that are here are interested in being heard now so they don't have to hang out, I'd be fine doing that. And would you have anybody online, Madam Clerk, for this item? Yet?
Mr. Mayor, there are no hands raised at this point. A couple people
All right,
online, but no hands
I'll
raised.
put it out for the speakers that are here, and if so, we can get them heard. Fajadine was the first one in. I don't see her in the room.
And she has stated she does not wish to speak on this item anymore. She told a staffer.
Okay, very good, thank you. And then I had James Zerland. You'll wait for public comment, very good. And Veronica Loza. You'd like to wait as well. Okay, with that then, we will go ahead and take a break and reconvene at 5. Good evening. We're going to reconvene the meeting now. We'll go to item 10. Madam Clerk, would you read the item into the record, please?
Item 10, supplemental research to inform rent stabilization ordinance development. Estimated time, 5 o'clock p.m.
All right, very good. And before we start the presentation, I'm going to ask that anyone who cares to speak, get a speaker slip in by 5:15, and the same thing with people online. If you're going to speak, please raise your hand by 5:15, and that way I can get an accurate count to see what time we'll allot for each speaker. And with that, let's go ahead and start the presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, and Council. I'm Barbara Anderson. I'm Senior Assistant to the City Administrator, and I'm joined this afternoon by Sarah Court from RSG. This afternoon, we are here to share additional research conducted by RSG, specifically in response to Council requests during our last discussion on April 7th. This provides an opportunity for Council to maintain or modify previous policy direction as the City Attorney's Office completes the draft ordinance. For background, on April 7th, Council provided initial direction across major rent stabilization program components, from the rent cap formula to the petition process. During this meeting, Council requested additional research on several key policy components. Today's presentation summarizes that research, and during the discussion this evening, Council may choose to maintain, modify, or provide additional direction on rent stabilization program components. I personally want to share that the opportunity for this additional research has enabled us to be more thoughtful and purposeful in our ordinance program and development. The growing number of jurisdictions that have implemented a rent stabilization ordinance before us has offered us a rare chance to learn from them and adapt. We also recognize that our city has unique needs and an exceptionally high rental market in comparison to other cities in California. Even the proposal to stabilize rents for those units that are under local control has noticeably increased rates for every other unit on the market. We do believe this context is important. We are committed to implementing a program that can successfully stabilize units for the approximately 15,000 households that may be impacted, as well as support sustainability in our operations. With that being said, I'd like to hand it over to Ms. Court to share more details on the research you requested.
Thank you, Barbara, and hello again, Mayor and members of the Council. Thank you for your time tonight. It's nice to see you again. My name is Sarah Court with RSG, and tonight we'll be presenting supplemental research and follow-up policy considerations related to the proposed rent stabilization ordinance. So before moving into the policy topics, we wanted to briefly revisit the preliminary program assumptions and estimated impacts associated with implementation of a rent stabilization ordinance. As a reminder, local rent stabilization ordinances operate within the broader framework of state law, and as a result, not all rental units in the city would be subject to rent stabilization requirements. So RSG's first analysis focused on developing a preliminary estimate of program costs. And to do this, we reviewed overall program budgets, staffing, per unit costs, so that we could, from other jurisdictions, so that we could scale it to the estimated number of rental units in Santa Barbara's covered housing stock. And using an estimated cost of approximately $154 per covered unit and an estimated 13,000 covered units in the city, that equates to an estimated program cost of approximately $2 million annually. So it's important to note here that actual program costs may vary depending on the final ordinance structure and the level of administrative services and oversight needed to carry out the ordinance as directed by City Council. So some of those key cost drivers include the number and types of exemptions, the petition, hearing, and appeal process, the scope of the rental registry, staffing and enforcement approach, and outreach and administrative requirements. Additionally, costs are often higher during the first 1 to 2 years of program implementation as jurisdictions establish those administrative frameworks that are necessary and conduct outreach and education and develop rental registries. So ultimately, a formal fee study and staffing plan would need to happen in order to further refine these estimates and determine the final fee structure. Here we estimate the number of units that could potentially be covered under the ordinance, kind of casting a wide net based on available property data and state law exemptions. The estimate doesn't yet account for any additional local exemptions that council might establish through the ordinance, and the difference you're seeing here between the approximately 15,000 units shown and the previous slide that included 13,000 is really a reflection of a more conservative planning level assumption that anticipates some reduction of covered units based on exemptions and further clarification of ownership for units in the city. So these estimates will continue to be refined as policy direction evolves. So to develop these estimates, we used the county tax roll data along with city-maintained housing unit data and census estimates related to housing construction dates. The largest category that we identified is going to be the apartments with 5 or more units built before 1995, followed by those smaller multifamily properties with 2 to 4 units. The estimate also includes certain single-family homes and condominiums that might be owned by corporation, real estate investment trusts, or LLCs, where one member is a corporation, while filtering out units that are not that are owner-occupied to provide an estimate of potential number of single-family units that could fall within the ordinance framework. So that's how we arrived at the estimated 15,000. Over time, a rental registry would improve the city's ability to more accurately identify covered units and maintain updated ownership and tenancy information. So with that context, I'll now move into the research topics and policy components for additional discussion. So this slide summarizes the policy direction provided by council during the April 7th meeting. Overall, council established direction across many of the major program components, including the proposed rent cap framework and covered properties, petition structure, the governance and decision-making authority, tenant protections, the rental registry framework, and funding and fee structure for the program. Council also identified several policy areas where additional research and follow-up discussion would be helpful before moving into ordinance drafting, which forms the basis for the remaining slides in tonight's presentation. So at the April 7th meeting, council requested additional research across the key policy and implementation topics listed here, including landlord incentives and tenant stability, small property exemptions, Section 8 and deed restricted housing, rent banking, petition structure and fee approaches, rental registry implementation, and rent cap implementation considerations. All right, so the following slides will summarize the supplemental research and each of those topics. For each topic, we'll briefly review the research findings, potential impacts as it relates to the policy component, and key considerations for council discussion. Okay, so first up, this topic relates to whether the city wishes to incorporate incentives or flexibility tied to tenant stability practices or below market rents. Our research found that direct financial incentive structures tied specifically to tenant stability practices are relatively uncommon in peer jurisdictions. However, we did find some jurisdictions do incorporate some limited flexibility within their rent cap frameworks based on ownership scale or below market rent levels. So for example, some jurisdictions allow modestly higher annual increases for qualifying small landlords, and others allow additional flexibility for units that are already rented below market rates. Just as an example of this, the city of Inglewood has kind of a tiered rent cap structure. So properties with 5 or more units are subject to a 3% or CPI cap, while properties with 4 or fewer units are subject to 5% or CPI. There's also additional flexibility for properties that are below market rate to raise their rents higher to kind of catch up to the market rate standard. These approaches are generally intended to provide operational flexibility for smaller scale housing providers or support the adjustment of below market rents. At the same time, jurisdictions did report several implementation and policy trade-offs associated with a structure like this. More variable or tiered rent cap systems can increase the administrative complexity, require ongoing ownership verification and annual eligibility review, and create additional monitoring and reporting obligations. In some cases, jurisdictions also noted equity concerns where tenants in smaller properties might be subject to different allowable increases than tenants in larger multifamily properties, despite being in otherwise similar units. So the primary policy consideration for council tonight on this topic is to consider incentives or rent cap flexibility tied to property size, below market rents, long-term tenancies, or other tenant stability practices, or to maintain a uniform program structure without differentiating caps or specific landlord incentives. Next, we'll discuss whether the city wishes to establish exemptions for smaller scale housing providers based on ownership structure, portfolio size, or property characteristics. Council's prior direction was to limit exemptions to those required under state law. And as a part of the supplemental research, we reviewed how other jurisdictions have approached small property or ownership-based exemptions and the impacts of such policies. Our research found a limited number of jurisdictions that incorporate ownership thresholds or portfolio-based criteria, and where those approaches did exist, they varied in structure and complexity. Some jurisdictions establish exemptions based on the total number of rental units owned across a landlord's portfolio, while others condition exemptions on ownership structure, property type, for example, whether ownership is held by a single individual or a corporation or LLC. Across jurisdictions, one of the most common implementation challenges mentioned is determining when multiple properties are actually held by the same owner, especially when ownership was structured through several different LLCs or related entities. So while ownership exemptions may provide additional flexibility for smaller housing providers, they can also increase the administrative complexity and create implementation and enforcement challenges. It was also reported that these practices may result in inconsistent tenant protections across otherwise similar units. The primary policy consideration for council tonight would be whether to consider exemption structures tied to ownership scale, portfolio size, or property characteristics, or maintain the current direction without any additional small property exemptions. The next topic relates to whether Section 8 housing choice voucher units should be subject to rent stabilization requirements. As a part of the supplemental research, we reviewed both the legal framework and how peer jurisdictions have approached Section 8 units within local rent stabilization ordinances. A key distinction under California law is that Section 8 assistance is generally considered tenant-based rather than unit-based. So unlike deed-restricted affordable housing, which is tied to the property itself and often governed through separate regulatory agreements, Section 8 vouchers are kind of attached to the individual and operate within the private rental market. As a result, Section 8 units are not inherently exempt from rent stabilization requirements under state law, and jurisdictions that wish to exempt them generally do so explicitly through local ordinance language. Our research found that jurisdictions take several different approaches. Some jurisdictions explicitly exempt Section 8 units from rent stabilization requirements. Others maintain coverage of Section 8 tenancies under rent stabilization and tenant protections. And some apply a hybrid approach where Section 8 units are exempt from rent caps but still subject to just cause eviction protections. Jurisdictions that exempt Section 8 units often cite a desire to avoid overlap or conflicts with existing subsidy structures and housing authority processes, while also avoiding policies that could unintentionally discourage housing provider participation in the program. Additionally, under the Section 8 program structure, tenant rent contributions are generally capped at approximately 30% of adjusted household income, meaning affordability protections are already built into the program's framework. Conversely, jurisdictions that maintain coverage of Section 8 units within the rent stabilization framework do so to preserve more consistent tenant protections across the rental market. So the primary policy consideration for council tonight here is whether to consider exemptions or alternative treatment for Section 8 housing units, or to maintain current direction without establishing exemptions for Section 8 housing units. Next, we'll touch on deed-restricted and affordable housing. For context, deed-restricted and affordable housing is already exempt from the statewide Tenant Protection Act, or AB 1482, which establishes statewide rent stabilization measures. Additionally, all 5 peer jurisdictions reviewed as a part of our analysis do exempt deed-restricted affordable housing from their local ordinance. The primary rationale here relates to avoiding overlap or conflicts with affordability covenants, regulatory agreements, financing restrictions, and existing public subsidy structures. Rents within these properties are typically already restricted through recorded affordability covenants or regulatory agreements that establish maximum allowable rents and tenant income requirements. As a result, applying an additional local rent cap framework on top of those existing restrictions may create administrative complexity and potential conflicts with existing affordability and financing structures. Here, council may choose to either consider exemptions or alternative treatment for deed-restricted or affordable housing, or maintain current direction without establishing specific exemptions for deed-restricted or affordable housing. This slide revisits rent banking. Council's prior direction was to not include rent banking provisions in the ordinance. Our research found that several jurisdictions similarly prohibit banking and instead rely on petition processes to provide operational flexibility where needed. Where rent banking is allowed, jurisdictions commonly impose limitations such as expiration periods of banked amounts, caps on accumulated increases, limits on how much can be applied in a given year, and enhanced noticing and filing requirements with the city. Jurisdictions reported some varying administrative impacts in regards to rent banking. In some cases, they noted that tracking allowable increases across multiple years at the unit level can be administratively complex, particularly where programs are more actively monitoring compliance and maintain detailed rent histories. In other jurisdictions, they noted that administration is more limited and primarily complaint-based, so issues are primarily only reviewed if a tenant is coming forward to contest a banked rent increase. Another consideration is that jurisdictions without rent banking might instead see landlords pursue fair return petitions to recover any foregone rent increases. So while the petition process will always provide kind of that individualized review process, they're also typically more time intensive and costly for both the landlords and administering jurisdictions. So the primary trade-off here is predictability versus flexibility. Banking might provide some additional flexibility for property owners, but it can also result in larger and less predictable rent increases for tenants while increasing administrative and tracking requirements. The primary policy consideration here is whether to maintain current direction of no rent banking or allow rent banking with the option to impose limitations such as caps on accumulated increases expiration periods, or notice requirements. This slide addresses the structure of the petition process. Council previously directed staff to establish fair return petitions, capital improvement petitions limited to health, safety, and habitability improvements, and tenant petitions for ordinance violations. One of the primary implementation questions is whether capital improvement requests should be a standalone petition type or be folded into the fair return petition process. Our research found that all peer jurisdictions reviewed provide a fair return petition process to allow landlords to seek relief where rent limits may not be providing a reasonable return. At the same time, most jurisdictions also have a separate capital improvement petition rather than embedding capital improvements within the fair return petition process. Jurisdictions report that standalone capital improvement petitions are generally more streamlined and project-specific, so they allow for more targeted review of eligible improvement costs without requiring the extensive property-wide financial analysis that's typically associated with fair return petitions. Research also suggested that structuring capital improvements within the fair return petition process may reduce accessibility and overall petition utilization due to the increased complexity, higher documentation requirements, longer processing timelines, and greater perceived costs and effort associated with the fair return petition process. So the primary policy consideration here for council tonight is whether to incorporate capital improvements within the fair return petition process or establish a standalone capital improvement petition process. Next, this slide addresses how petition review and hearing costs are funded within the program structure. As a part of our supplemental research, we reviewed how peer jurisdictions structure petition fees and allocate the cost of petition administration. Our research found that jurisdictions with rent stabilization ordinances most commonly incorporate petition review costs into the annual program or registry fees, rather than relying on standalone or case-by-case application fees. Under this approach, fee studies aim to account for anticipated petition volume, staffing needs, hearing costs, and administrative time when establishing an annual per unit fee. And jurisdictions report that incorporating petition costs into broader program fees may improve accessibility by reducing upfront financial barriers and making it more feasible for landlords to utilize petition processes when eligible. However, this approach also distributes petition administration costs across all regulated units, meaning property owners who do not utilize the petition process in a given year still contribute to funding overall program administration. Additionally, some jurisdictions reported that petition activity and complexity can be difficult to accurately predict during the fee study process. Where petition volume or review costs exceed initial assumptions, programs may not fully recover costs through annual fees and may later require fee adjustments or additional administrative resources. Conversely, jurisdictions that rely on application-based fees, deposit, or direct cost recovery place more of the financial responsibility on the petition applicant themselves. While this may reduce broader program-wide cost sharing, higher upfront costs can discourage the use of the petition process, particularly for smaller property owners or less complex requests. So the primary policy consideration for council tonight is whether to incorporate the petition review costs into broader annual program fees or require petition applicants to cover some or all of the review costs through deposits, cost recovery mechanisms, or application-based fees. This slide provides an illustrative example of how petition review costs may vary depending on the type and complexity. For example, a fair return petition typically involves extensive financial review, technical analysis, and that's because the review evaluates broader property operations, including revenues, expenses, and reasonable return considerations. A capital petition improvement is a capital improvement petition is generally narrower in scope, with review focused on documentation and eligibility of a specific qualifying improvement cost, such as major building systems or habitability-related improvements. As a result, fair return petitions are often more resource-intensive and time-consuming to administer than project-specific capital improvement petitions. The examples here are illustrative only, but intended to demonstrate that petition administration can involve substantial staff, legal, consultant, and hearing officer resources, depending on the structure and complexity of the petition process. All right, next, this slide revisits the rental registry framework. Council's prior direction was to establish a comprehensive rental registry collecting unit level, tenancy, and rent data. As a part of the supplemental research, we reviewed what information jurisdictions typically collect through rental registries, how that data is used, and how jurisdictions balance transparency with privacy considerations. Our research found that rental registries function as a foundational component of rent stabilization programs and support a wide range of administrative, compliance, and policy functions. Across jurisdictions, registries commonly collect property and unit information, ownership and management information, current and historical rent data, tenancy move-in dates, and information related to housing services or amenities associated with the rental unit. While more detailed registry information can provide greater insight into market conditions and support stronger compliance monitoring, jurisdictions generally try to balance the level of data collected with the reporting burden on housing providers as well as implementation costs. Most jurisdictions limit registry access to program staff, while public reporting is generally limited to aggregated data or information. Personally identifiable tenant or landlord information is typically treated as confidential and protected from disclosure to the extent permitted under public records laws. Another key consideration is that more robust registry systems might involve higher upfront implementation costs for software, staffing, and system setup, but can improve long-term administration efficiency and compliance tracking. The primary policy consideration for Council tonight is whether to maintain the current direction, establishing a robust unit-level rental registry, or provide alternative direction regarding the scope or structure of the registry framework. All right, last one here. This slide revisits the rent cap framework. Council's prior direction was to allow one increase per 12-month period, limited to 60% of the change in CPI, with a maximum cap of 3%. As a part of the supplemental research, Council requested additional information regarding how lower rent cap levels might influence program outcomes, petition activity, and overall program administration. Our research found that most peer jurisdictions do utilize a CPI-based formula, though the percentage of CPI and fixed cap levels do vary. 4 of the 5 peer jurisdictions reviewed use formulas ranging from approximately 70% to 100% of CPI, generally paired with fixed caps between 3 and 5%. Research and peer jurisdiction experience suggests that lower rent caps may, in some cases, increase reliance on the petition process, where landlords believe allowable increases do not keep pace with operating costs or provide a reasonable return. At the same time, overall program outcomes are influenced by a range of additional factors beyond the cap itself, including the structure and accessibility of the petition process, any exemptions, compliance and enforcement approaches, program maturity, as well as the broader local housing market conditions. Our research found that some jurisdictions have also revisited or adjusted their cap structures over time following implementation experience and stakeholder feedback related to inflation and operating cost pressures. For the primary policy considerations for Council tonight regarding the rent cap formula, is whether to consider adjustments to the CPI percentage and/or fixed cap structure, including consideration of the city's mobile home rent stabilization ordinance, which has a cap of 75% of the change in CPI, or maintain current direction, 60% of the change in CPI with a 3% cap. All right, so in terms of next steps, based on council direction provided tonight on the remaining policy areas that have been discussed, the next phase of work would focus on transitioning from policy develop into continuing of ordinance drafting and implementation planning. This would include preparation of a draft ordinance consistent with council direction and development of a staffing work plan and administrative procedures to better refine program cost assumptions and administrative needs. Following preparation of the draft ordinance, the item would return to council for further review, discussion, and consideration as a part of the formal adoption process. And with that, I'll hand it back to Barbara to discuss where we're at in the work plan.
So Mayor and Council, I do want to affirm that we are on schedule. So even with the additional discussion that we have today, we are working on a draft ordinance currently and will refine direction based on any additional input received this evening and prepare that draft to present to council on June 9th. So normally we would go to ordinance committee, but given the involvement of full council throughout this entire process, we're actually bringing that draft to full council. And then we will initiate a 30-day public comment process and then come back to council for official introduction of that ordinance by the end of July. So we committed to a July timeline, and that is still on track. The second reading of the ordinance would occur in August, and then you see additional phases in terms of creating an administrative implementation plan. A huge part of the feedback that we received during the community focus groups was really being purposeful about developing a public education campaign, both for tenants and landlords, as well as making sure that we understand what's needed on a fiscal impact analysis of trying to recover our costs through that per unit rental registry fee and how that unit cost will be shared or not shared among tenants and property owners. The other phases include formalizing the petition process. Clearly, we would have to do additional training for staff that would be responsible for administration and enforcement. We're hoping for a phased implementation of a rental registry so that we can start receiving revenue based on the rental registry fees prior to hiring staff. So again, given our fiscal outlook, we were trying to be very conservative about how we do a phased process. And I think what we're hearing from other cities and what we know from all of you and the direction you've given previously, identifying those ongoing performance metrics is going to be key, and quarterly reporting back to council as we learn, are we achieving the intended impacts of this program moving forward? That's all we have, and we're available for questions after public comment.
All right, very good. Well, we are going to go ahead and move in right to public comment. I have a number of speaker slips here. We will go to 2 minutes per speaker. When you donate time, you'll get 1 extra minute per donated slip. So I'm going to call a name. I'm going to call the name of the person on deck so we can try to get through and hear from everybody that wanted to speak. James Zerlanden, please. 2 minutes, please. And followed by Veronica Loza. Go right ahead.
Mayor, council members, like many residents here, I'm very concerned about housing costs in Santa Barbara. I support moving forward with this ordinance, but how it's designed will determine whether it works long-term for all sides. Annual rental increases should be capped at the lower of the 3% and 60% of the local CPI. On landlord incentives, I urge the council to build real incentive programs to this ordinance, specifically rehab grants and streamline permitting for landlords who commit to long-term residential rental use. Santa Barbara is losing units to vacation rentals every year. Give owners a reason to stay in the long-term rental market and tie those incentives to the registration and compliance. On small property exemptions, I do not support blanket exemptions. Stay with the state law. On capital improvement petitions, establish a standalone process with clear eligibility standards, annual pass-through caps, and automatic sunsets once the costs are recovered. On enforcement, tenants must have a clear and simple way to report housing concerns to the city enforcement body with a maximum of a 30-day response requirement. The process must be straightforward, accessible to working families and seniors, and available in multiple languages. Do not let it become so complicated that the people who need it most cannot use it. Finally, the ordinance must include a credit reporting protections. Housing disputes can follow renters for years and through screening systems, making future housing harder to secure. Require advance notice before reporting, and hardship review procedures. Fairness and accountability must work in both directions. Thank you.
Thank you. Veronica Loza, followed by Scott Foreman.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse and council members. My name is Veronica Loza, and I'm the Housing Authority's Deputy Executive Director for Programs and Operations, and I have been with the agency approximately 40 years this July. I have extensive experience administering the affordable housing and the housing choice voucher programs locally. I wanted to speak specifically to the Section 3 of the Supplemental Research Report regarding Section 8 and affordable housing restrictions. From the Housing Authority's perspective, we support what the report identifies as Approach 1, which would exempt units receiving federal, state, or local housing subsidies from the Rent Stabilization Ordinance, including Section 8. As outlined in Mr. Frederick's letter to you previously, we also believe this exemption from the RSO should absolutely extend to the deed-restricted affordable housing and units governed by regulatory agreements with governmental agencies. These are not unrestricted market rate units. They are already heavily regulated through legally binding affordability covenants, income restrictions, rent limitations, public agency oversight, and ongoing compliance monitoring. In practical terms, these properties are already rent stabilized through a far more restrictive framework than what would be created through local ordinance. The Housing Choice Voucher Program already contains extensive tenant protections. Tenant protections are generally limited to approximately 30% of adjusted household income. Rents must comply with federal rent reasonableness requirements, and total rents are capped at Housing Authority payment standards. Adding another layer of local rent regulations on top of these existing systems risks creating duplication, administrating conflict, and unintended consequences that would discourage landlord participation in the voucher program at a time when we need more participation and not less. Importantly, many California jurisdictions, in addition to the Tenant Protection Act, AB 1482, already recognizes this distinction in exempt deed restricted and government-regulated affordable housing. So we ask that you take these requests into consideration when making your decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Scott Foreman, followed by Marie Christine Canalou.
Dear Mayor and City Council, I know that rent stabilization has been a very divisive issue and that there are points that can be made on both sides. I come down on the side of protecting the most vulnerable, who are the tenants. So I want to thank and encourage you for moving forward with a strong tenant a proposal for strong tenant protections. You will be making life significantly better and easier for the 60% of city residents that are tenants. 48 years ago, Proposition 13 was passed to protect homeowners from being priced out of their homes by unaffordable property tax increases. Tenants are long overdue for the same protection from unaffordable rent increases. Thank you.
Thank you. Marie Christine Canalou, followed by Reina Angel.
Mr. Mayor, member of the council, I am living on the elderly property for low-income Santa Barbara seniors. Some of the units are deed restricted. This implies that no future protection will cover those units if they are exempted. So please, Megan, I am looking at you because we are your constituents. I ask you to stand out for no on-exemption to protect the deed-restricted unit. We seniors contributed to this city. We want to keep the community that became the elderly village. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Reina Angel, followed by Miles Hagen.
Hi, my name is Raina Angel, and I'm a multi-generational native of Santa Barbara. I especially want to thank Megan Harmon for meeting with me and showing that she cares about her constituents in her district. I also want to thank the entire City Council for passing the rental stabilization order and rent freeze. I must admit, this is why I'm a little confused as to why we are revisiting the items that were already voted on by 4 of you, unless there is new data that's been presented, which is kind of, I think, what we've been shown here. As a very low-income renter, I am willing to contribute $6.42 per month, shared equally with the landlord, towards a rental registry to help with the $2 million necessary to implement and maintain a community stabilization ordinance that gives renters greater housing stability and protections. All subsidized and Section 8 renters need to be included and not exempt. They don't have to use the CPI rates because they have their own 30% rental rate that they use of income, but they do need protection. All renters need access to a safety plan and rent board that is enforced at a local level, especially when our federal government has racially profiled and disappeared over 1,750 of our community members. Mixed status and undocumented renters need protection. Please stand firm on what you have already voted for. We need to take care of everyone, not just the rich. We trust you to do the right thing for Santa Barbara. Housing is a human right.
Miles Hagan, followed by Anthony Costello.
Hi there, Council. Just because sometimes it gets lost in anecdotes and personal situations, today I would like to recenter on the fact that we as a community and you as our elected officials are facing a fundamental problem here. The cost of housing in the city that we live in and that you oversee is outpacing all other bills. The wages that are offered for critical jobs here cannot keep up. Even people with solid middle-class jobs are being priced out. That's nurses, teachers, small business owners, right? That is a fundamental problem for our community, and that is a fundamental failure of this council and those that preceded it. You are the ones charged with righting the ship, and I implore you to act on behalf of working people by putting the strongest rent stabilization ordinance in place that you can. Thank you.
Okay, Anthony Costello, followed by Abby Cuniff.
Hello, Mayor. Hello, City Council. Thank you for giving me this time. First, I'd like to acknowledge where we are, where we're standing. We're standing on unceded Chumash territory. Here, the original habitants have stewarded this land for many millennia. So I'd like to first acknowledge these people as our original inhabitants and the land that has taken care of us. In my experience as a tenant in Santa Barbara, most recently, I have literally have my world turned upside down by the treatment by my landlord and property manager, who seem to be in cahoots and trying to make a circus act out of legal process. After I filed a small claims, they have retaliated against me and with another egregious lawsuit, one stacked on the other, claiming for a judicial economy. And what is not fair is that for me as a low-income tenant to have to battle a legal lawsuit by my own means has become sincerely difficult, and it's just impossible to defend on my own. And so for the rest of the residents in Santa Barbara, the circumstances that I'm in, multiplied by the thousands, people are dealing with slumlords such as mine. But
Thank you. Abby Cuniff, followed by Matthew Larkins.
Good evening, council members. My name is Abby Kniff, and I'm a postdoctoral scholar at UC Santa Barbara, where I'm part of the Organizing Knowledge's Project Housing Working Group. As a researcher, I've found it over the past year nearly impossible to create a comprehensive picture of rental prices and units available in Santa Barbara, in part because there's been so little regulation and documentation by government agencies. Rent stabilization is a huge first step towards alleviating the current housing crisis, but a rental registry is a necessary component of effective rent stabilization. If rent stabilization were to pass without a rental registry, the burden would be on tenants to bring court cases against their landlords when rent is increased above the allowable limit. Instead, a rental registry would allow the city to monitor the implementation of this important legislation and protect renters who are nervous about pursuing a case against their landlord, especially considering the current conditions of legitimate fear of being targeted by ICE and concerns about being evicted. A comprehensive rent registry would make this rent stabilization more effective, more fair, more efficient, and would be a strong first step towards making tenants in Santa Barbara safer and better protected. As a tenant myself, I have seen firsthand how unregulated and unstable Santa Barbara's rental market is. I moved here last August from Berkeley, where I lived in a rent-controlled unit. I appreciated how the clarity and simplicity of the rent control law made my relationship with my landlord transparent and straightforward. I urge you to reject any additional exemptions for rental units, including Section 8, deed protected, affordable housing, and any related to the total number of units owned by a landlord. Please pass the rent stabilization ordinance with a comprehensive rental registry without any exemptions. Thank you.
Matthew Larkins, followed by Patty, and I believe it's Patley.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm here today to speak about a few items on the agenda. I left on a vacation for about 2 weeks since the last City Council meeting and was shocked to find some of the topics on discussion today, since there was already a discernible vote on these topics. Specifically, I'm talking about rent banking and especially the rent cap formula. Specifically, I am a little confused by city staff bringing these topics up today in the way that they did, because while there was direction for some more information on select topics, they're also seemingly putting their finger on the scale as to whether or not they agree with your prior decision, which seems highly inappropriate for a city staff to do on an already decided topic. Now, if you want to further discuss the information provided, that's one thing, but for them to recommend a specific consideration to be made on these topics is frankly ridiculous. And I feel bad for you being put in that position, because it puts you in the position of having to decide, do you agree with your city staff, or do you stick to what your prior decision was? Or, like, it's just a really uncomfortable position to be in. And I just want to end today just to reiterate what I said during our last city council meeting, that I really hope that you stay strong on this, because, again, we really need you. We really need you to stay strong on these topics and follow through on the promises that you've made to us and help protect us. Thank you.
Patty, I believe it's Patley. I don't know if I got that right or not.
It's actually Pate. But it's okay.
Okay.
I go by Patty because everyone says a nice breaker name. So, good evening, everybody. Again, my name is Patty Pate, and I'd like to address you. First of all, everything is please and thank you. And also, I say everything, all of my words are with the utmost of respect. So on that note, I'd like to say that I feel personally, and so do all of us, I'm with the Santa Barbara Tenants Union. I recently joined due to some circumstances that I had. And so I was like, pay it forward, make a difference, being a good Samaritan, selfless service and being a Christ-like servant. So with that said, I feel profoundly, adamantly, it is imperative that this rent stabilization is passed, and also, bless you, that we need it immediately. It's as soon as possible, because as tenants, we're all like, everybody's like nervous and like, is the rent going to increase? Okay, first of all, in the state of California, if we have this lovely, beautiful surroundings, gorgeous of Santa Barbara, the rent is the highest, double, triple, quadruple, even more. I call it the Beverly Hills with an oceanfront view. So with that said, it's like, it's so, like, people just can't afford it. I know friends and family that are living in Ventura and commuting, or up north and commuting to Santa Barbara because they can't live here, because everybody is like, almost everybody is like, the rent is so high that we have to live in Ventura and we have to commute back and forth, and it's just very sad and very unfortunate. So please soften your hearts and find it in your hearts to please and thank you pass stabilization, I'm so sorry. Quickly, instantly, immediately, and as soon as possible. Thank you very much for your time. And God bless.
Stanley Zankoff, followed by Martha Sadler.
Hello, everyone. First, I urge you to not carve out exemptions or lower the rent caps beyond the many already required under state law. And please don't add loopholes for tenants to fall through just because they happen to live in Section 8 housing, for example. Second, I'd like to share that a broad coalition of organizations, organizers, advocates, tenants, and community members has spent months and years shaping a working draft of a community stabilization ordinance. After today's conversation, our coalition will continue to revise our draft and get it to city staff by the end of the week. I think it's worth pointing out that our work is always open, offered for free, and not coming with condition threats or litigation. But more importantly, this draft reflects something much deeper. It's a truly generational effort shaped by decades of insight as housing in Santa Barbara has become increasingly hostile to most people. This working draft weaves together best practices and policy from across California, grounding it in safe, well-established legal precedent. But what I'm most proud of is that it's also meaningfully shaped by the lived experiences of tenants and community members. As you know well, hundreds of tenants have participated in the city's public comments, focus groups, forums, and the many, many additional community spaces we've put together. Dozens of tenants alone, some in this room, many not, have spent weeks combing through detailed ordinance language and sharing our stories, concerns, and hopes for what housing stability could look like. This includes seniors on a fixed income, tenants facing rent evictions, rent hikes, harassment, and horrendous habitability conditions, Section 8 tenants, folks with disabilities, folks living in deed-restricted housing, undocumented community members, formerly houseless folks and homeowners, Latino families and landlords, middle-class households wondering if they can afford to start a family here, and families worried that if their children got priced out. It includes workers who make our city run. I hope you'll listen to them and not leave anybody out. Thanks.
Thank you. Is Martha Sadler here? Okay, and also Betsy Ortiz. Is she here? She was also donating time to Craig. So Craig, you have one donor, so you come on up. You have 3 minutes. Put 3 in the thing, please, Madam Clerk.
Mayor, Councilman.
Mr. Griffith.
Yes, once again, here we are, the Edgerly. Ms. Harmon knows it well. She was the first, she's our councilman. She's the first one to come talk with us in a group. We remember her. And why are we still together? Why are we still wearing these silly shirts? Well, it's a movement, but the sword of Damocles is still hanging over our heads, just as it was a year and a half ago. This time next year, we could be out in the streets, even though we're living in the most desirable place I can think of in Santa Barbara for elderly people to live, that could change. So we have to pay attention to what's happening to the people and the apartments and the rental system around us. Our friends that we've known for years and years and years are having to move out of town because they can't afford it. Recently, friends I've known for 50 years had to move out of town to Coalinga, for all things. I mean, not only does it have a rather distressing name, it's in the middle of nowhere. Now they're trying to get out. They were there for 3 weeks, and they're trying to get out. But this could happen to anyone. You've got to go, and you got to find a place. We don't want to leave Santa Barbara. So let me talk now about reasonable return on investment. Of course, the operative word is reasonable, right? And when you're talking about reasonable return on investment, you've got to talk about equity. Equity seems to be the red-headed stepchild of all discussions on finance in this. Nobody really wants to mention it, but it's the elephant in the room. In Santa Barbara is Equity City. It's not what it was during the COVID epidemic when we were running 7, 8, 9%, doubling the rent in 10 years. No, not anymore. It's stabilized somewhat. It should say it's reduced somewhat. But it's still in Santa Barbara now, not counting Hope Ranch, not counting Montecito, you have about $2.1 million, the average, or the median home. That's $100,000 in equity. $100,000 in equity. That's a lot of money. Am I got my 3 in? Really?
Goes fast. Time flies, Craig.
Sure does when you're having fun, huh?
Reina is the next speaker. Okay, followed by Elijah W. Okay, this you've got Sunny C, who's having time donated by Alex and Trenken. Sunny here?
Sunny's here. I'm Elijah. I'm donating to Sunny.
Okay. So are you donating your time to Elijah then?
I'm Elijah. I'm donating to Sunny.
To Sunny, okay. And then is Alex also donating time to Sunny? Is Alex here?
Am I good?
Is that Alex? He looks like he's lost weight. I don't see him.
That took me a second. All right.
I saw him here. So go ahead and, go ahead and give me 4 minutes on the timer, please. There he is. 4 minutes, please, Madam Clerk. And that is for you, Sonny. Go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I want to start by just thanking you for service to our shared community and your willingness in taking the time to listen to us and our concerns. What we're talking about here today is not just about rent stabilization. It doesn't occur in a vacuum. We're talking about the health, stability, vitality, and sustainability of our community. At its core, our discussions and our conversations are not simply about rent levels or property economics. This is about whether Santa Barbara will remain a functioning, economically sustainable community for the people who actually live and work here, or whether it will continue moving towards a model in which long-term residents are steadily displaced by a housing costs that increasingly bear little resemblance to local wages. A strong rent stabilization ordinance is not an attack on property ownership. It is a measured public policy response to a prolonged housing imbalance that has placed extraordinary pressure on tenants, workers, families, seniors, and the broader civic infrastructure of this city, including our budget. I am here tonight in support of meaningful rent stabilization and specifically in opposition to allowing additional rent increases through the so-called capital improvement pass-throughs when landlords already have access to fair return petitions. Tenant protections did not emerge accidentally or ideologically. Throughout American history, rent stabilization policies have repeatedly arisen in response to crises during periods of severe housing instability, speculation, and displacement. This has been happening since the 18th century. Today, we are living through yet another affordability and housing crisis. It's not just here in Santa Barbara, it's throughout California and across the United States. We're not on the vanguard of addressing these concerns. If anything, we're behind. There are plenty of cities and municipalities that have taken these efforts coast to coast with positive results. The housing and affordability crisis do not affect tenants alone. They affect our entire community, and they carry significant economic consequences for the municipalities themselves, including budgetary shortfalls such as Santa Barbara is currently experiencing. When housing costs dramatically outpace wage growth over long periods of time, cities begin to experience structural instability. Essential workers relocate further away, younger families leave, school enrollment declines, employers struggle to retain staff, public agencies face growing difficulty recruiting teachers, nurses, first responders, and municipal employees who can no longer afford to live in the communities they serve. Santa Barbara has experienced many of these pressures for decades. The city's affordability crisis has now come to a head, and it's coincided with the gradual displacement of working and middle-income residents. It increases commuter dependence, workforce shortages, rising pressure on public resources. And for those who elect to stay, they have less income to spend in the city. When you're paying 50 to 70% of your income in rent, you're not spending as much on groceries, you're not spending as much on local businesses, you're not going out as much, and your family isn't getting their needs served, let alone mention the need or the ability to spend time creating art or becoming involved in your community or increasing the vitality for you and your neighbors of the community in which you live. On that point, God, time goes fast. Free market analogies do not work in the context of housing as a commodity. It's not like buying apples when the price of apples goes up and I can just go to another vendor, or when the apple sellers collude and raise prices and I can say, I'm going to buy oranges tomorrow. Housing is a fixed commodity, it's a limited commodity, and everybody needs it. And I think that should be considered when these free market arguments are brought up. People cannot simply uproot themselves overnight in response to sudden rent increases. And lastly, regards to capital improvements and the pass-throughs, these go beyond ensuring any measure of fairness for private property owners. You're essentially passing on the costs of improving their appreciating assets directly onto tenants, even though owners alone retain the long-term financial benefits of these improvements.
Okay, that's time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anna Arce, followed by Deanna Fugino. Anna? Yeah.
Así, buenas tardes, miembros del concilio. Mi nombre es Zoila Cabrera. Yo vivo en programas de bajos recursos en que suceden abusos que no entiendo si les basado en una formación del programa. Dice, o es el sistema que procure el manejador de cada unidad acometer estos abusos, la cual siente la necesidad de saber de una organización donde pueda hacer el reporte, porque considero yo la forma en cual hace las revisiones utilizan un poder como abusos psicológicos, porque te ponen la fecha, pero no llegan, y también tengo el conocimiento que alguno ha dado a su testimonio o me han preguntado, pero con ese temor de decirlo abiertamente, oye, quiero que me digas cómo te ha ido tus revisiones. Le dije, tenemos la fecha, pero yo no he estado presente o en estos últimos meses. Me han comentado que en vivencia le han revisado cajoneras en donde le han revisado la ropa interior. Y para mí, como inquilina de esa unidad, me preocupa porque digo hasta dónde inicia tu derecho como inquilino y tu derecho como propietario o trabajador, mejor dicho, de esa unidad, para que tengas esa libertad de revisar cajoneras por cajonera. ¿Cuál es la finalidad? No lo entiendo.
Es tiempo, señor. Gracias. Diane Fugino.
Yeah, good evening, City Councilors. I'm Diane Fugino, a professor at UC Santa Barbara. I've been working with a group of scholars doing research on housing in Santa Barbara, and I speak strongly in favor of rent stabilization and the need for a comprehensive rent registry. Part of our research examines rental property in Santa Barbara, and we're finding that it's very hard to find who the precise landlords are. At the ownership level, there's a lot of missing or concealed information. For example, the owner may appear to be an individual, but actually have multiple properties functioning through a corporate structure, or the owner may use a local mailing address in Santa Barbara, but actually live out of state. In other words, the data about housing ownership of rental properties is hardly transparent, and the very opaqueness means that for many tenants, it's extremely difficult to know who their landlord is. The ways ownership is hidden also creates obstacles for tenants coming together across buildings to understand that the owners of their building, say a building on Milpas, who aren't making repairs or have mold problems or are evicting their tenants, are actually the same landlords of their building. This is why I'm urging that the Santa Barbara City Council implement a rent registry. This will create a public or government-managed database that tracks information about rental properties, in this case in Santa Barbara. A rent registry would do at least 5 things. 1, track rental prices and identify illegal rent increases. 2, ensure compliance with housing codes and rent stabilization. 3, generate data to inform local housing policies. 4, identify landlords who have multiple violations, and 5, generally support the enforcement of tenant protections. Tenants deserve and need decent and affordable housing. Our community deserves to be a better place to live and work for all of us. Thank you.
Angelisa S.
Hello. I also just wanted to add that Soila and Ana's comment was a testimony from an individual living in deed-restricted housing, and I'm going to be continuing the rest of that statement. So she follows by saying, like, entonces eso es lo que me lleva como inquilino de esa misma unidad, de conocer más de mis derechos, para también tener una forma de poderlo expresar sin represalias. Y creo yo que ese es el gran temor, de que nuestra comunidad sea sometida a esos abusos que se cometen. Y creo yo como inmigrante somos abusados en todos los aspectos, en todos. Mi lucha constante ha sido de gritar, soy humano, soy mujer, soy como tú. La única diferencia que tengo de los demás sería el color, el idioma, pero tengo la misma capacidad que todos los demás. Tengo las mismas habilidades, que para mí no hay ninguna diferencia. Y quiero continuar con el poder y querer son 2 cosas diferentes, pero lo que detiene como ser humano es la ideología de sumisión. Y no entiendo, no lo entiendo o no lo quiero entender, pero no lo acepto. El desafío más grande de la vida es utilizar tus habilidades, tu inteligencia y tu respeto contra sí mismo, porque respetarte tú, sabes respetar a todos que está a tu alrededor. So I would urge you to think of others as well, right, when we're thinking about how we're showing respect to one another. She finishes by saying, eso quiere decir que tu valor humano no es al nivel académico. Like, it's not at your academic level, right? It's at your human level, where you place value, right? So to hold that respect y que consiga uno con ese valor que tomas and share that we are all human, right? Who also deserve housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Amanda Zavala. Amanda Zavala, okay. And I have Megan Grinstaff. I'm sorry? Yeah, I have Leah donating time for, oh, and then, okay, very good. So 3 minutes on the timer, please, Madam Clerk.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm commenting today in my personal capacity as a mom and pop landlord. The last time rent stabilization was on the agenda, Council asked staff to look into exempting small landlords like me from the forthcoming RSO. In the agenda report for today, staff cites the District of Columbia's rent control system as the only example of a mom and pop exemption. Before moving to the Central Coast, I spent the majority of my legal career practicing in DC's landlord-tenant court. I also own and rent out one unit in DC. I'd like to share my experience with DC's landlord-tenant system and why a mom and pop exemption is wrong for Santa Barbara. The articulated goal of Santa Barbara's rent stabilization ordinance is to increase tenant stability in our community, decrease evictions, and stop family displacement. To that end, it's important for you to have a holistic view of how DC prevents tenant displacement when considering a mom and pop exemption. In DC, the only thing small landlords are exempt from is hard rent control, which is a cap with no vacancy control that limits how much the landlord can raise rent, whether or not a tenant is present. Hard rent control, like DC's system, is prohibited in California, so owners can always bring the rent up to market when a tenant vacates. The mom and pop exemption in DC does not affect tenants' ability to get repairs needed to bring their unit up to code, because all tenants, regardless of landlord size, may file a complaint in Housing Conditions Court, an entire civil court calendar devoted to tenants asking a judge to order their landlords to make necessary repairs. No such system exists in Santa Barbara except as proposed in this RSO. Without a rent board to petition, a Santa Barbara tenant's only option to get repairs is to withhold rent, wait to be served with an unlawful detainer, raise habitability issues as an affirmative defense, and hope and pray that the judge thinks their living conditions are deplorable enough to keep them from being evicted for non-payment. DC's mom and pop rent control exemption also does not affect a tenant's right to avail themselves of a full and robust landlord-tenant legal system. A landlord in DC, no matter how small, cannot remove a tenant without just cause to do so. When a tenant falls behind on rent, they have a right to redeem, meaning pay all of that rent back, even on the day of eviction, anytime before the sheriff changes the locks. Tenants in DC also have far greater access to free legal assistance than tenants in Santa Barbara. The entire county of Santa Barbara has only one remaining no-cost civil legal services provider for a county of 440,000, while DC has one for every 100,000 people. DC and Santa Barbara are apples and oranges when it comes to landlord-tenant law. Modeling a mom-and-pop landlord exemption off of DC without considering its limited scope and the myriad of tenant protections that accompany that exemption misrepresents the system you seek to emulate and undercuts the goal of this ordinance, tenant stability. As a mom-and-pop landlord, I urge you to reject exempting small landlords from the RSO. Tenants deserve safe, stable, affordable housing no matter who their landlord is.
Thank you. Very good. Speakers online, Madam Clerk.
Yes, we have 3 speakers who raised their hands by the deadline. So we will call on Gina Quiroz, then Amber Asher, then the final speaker will be Andrea Moore McCormick. So Gina Quiroz, please go ahead.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and council members. Nearly half of all households in Santa Barbara County are renters. According to recent census and housing data, there are approximately 71,264 renter households in the county, representing nearly 48% of all households. The majority of renters are financially strained. The data shows that 62.5% of renters are cost burdened, meaning they spend more than 30% of their income on housing. 22% spend more than 50% of their income on housing. Vacancy rates have been hovering at about 2 to 3%, far below what economists consider healthy or a balanced market. Rent increases have reached unsustainable levels in our county. Annual rent hikes saw 10 to 15% hikes in a single year. These conditions are strongly associated with elevated displacement. Based on regional housing studies, approximately 8% of renters experience displacement or forced relocation pressure in Santa Barbara. And once they are displaced, it is costing us roughly $45,000 to $80,000 per person per year to manage them in the homelessness system. But the human cost is far more devastating. We often hear that rents rise because the cost of insurance is rising for the owners. But let's be clear, rising costs has gone up for everyone. Why are the renters expected to cover owners' rising costs and our own? There is a strong, serious structural and systemic imbalance here. This is why I'm urging for the strongest rent stabilization ordinance legally possible. No carve-outs, no exemptions, and no loopholes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Amber Asher. Amber Asher, please go ahead.
Hello, thank you all. I've been there in person to speak before and appreciate your patience with the remote. I am concluding a rent issue with my landlord after 4 years in and out of court. Never actually made it to trial. It got thrown out. But in the time that I've lived there, I have witnessed a lot. So little story. My neighbor's unit was not so lucky, didn't have legal representation, and was part of Section 8 housing. My initial neighbor, left right away, and I watched the full story of a new neighbor that came in under Section 8. And I think it's just important to point out that I witnessed my landlord go through an exercise with the housing authority of creating rent reasonableness determination, where instead of using my rent as a comparison, where they are actually equivalent housing units, they compared to a unit across the street that's actually an Airbnb, and were able, with the housing authority's cooperation, to double the rent in that unit instantly. I also watched as, through a habitability case, my neighbor did not choose to pay because he was looking for a correct number to come back from all units involved, and ultimately was forced out of his housing. And the whole situation felt very targeted and very unfair. I witnessed through my own case, the court system, where it matters so much what language you use as you create these ordinances, because everything gets hyper focused on and picked apart. So I want to be sure that you understand that the appellate courts have made it clear if a protection is not stated explicitly in the text of the ordinance, it does not exist in the eyes of law. And keep that in mind as you consider your words as we move into a final publishing of this language. Thank you so much for the work.
Thank you.
That you're.
Next speaker, please.
And the final speaker is Andrea Moore McCormick. Andrea Moore McCormick, please go ahead.
I believe I have time donated by Chelsea Lancaster.
It doesn't work on the remote, so you have your 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I speak as a community member and tenant in the fray on capital improvements petitions. I urge you to include the strongest possible protections against abuse and displacement. Without clear safeguards, these mechanisms create incentives for disruptive construction practices that undermine our core purpose of housing stability. I have shared my story, the violence inflicted upon me for months during unjustified eviction proceedings. The neglect and deferred maintenance which caused mushrooms to grow from my ceiling last winter as water poured into my structural walls, then having 7 layers and 100 years of rotten roof torn off, sending toxic black dust and debris through my unsecured windows with me inside, while simultaneously my living room was demolished unpermitted and left that way for 3 months, as I lived between what was left of my home and at the mercy of neighbors, in what was clearly a strategic attempt to force abandonment through constructive eviction tactics. Any capital improvement pass-through system without corresponding habitability and displacement protections creates financial incentive for coercive practices that undermine the core purpose of this ordinance and place tenants at risk. If landlords are permitted to recover capital costs through pass-throughs or separate petitions, then tenants must be protected from those mechanisms from being weaponized against us. Rent increases beyond the annual limit should be allowed only for necessary operational costs required to maintain safety and habitability, not unnecessary upgrades to increase landlord equity and property values. Tenants must not be forced to subsidize landlord capital gains. Pass-throughs must be strictly limited to structural improvements necessary to maintain safety and habitability. Landlords seeking capital improvement pass-throughs must be legally required to submit formal tenant habitability and safety plans, protecting tenants from displacement and unsafe living conditions during construction. Cosmetic upgrades, routine maintenance, standard wear and tear, and repairs resulting from the landlord neglect and deferred maintenance must be completely prohibited from being passed through to tenants as rent increases.
Thank you.
Not
That's-
another
that's
tenant
time.
needs undergo these horrors through which I have lived. Strong displacement protections, tenant habitability and safety plans with temporary relocation and right to reoccupy.
Thank you very much.
And oversight.
That was your time limit. Thank you. Okay. With that, we'll close public comment. We'll move back to council for questions and/or comment.
Your Honor, I think we have one more person on Zoom.
I do not, according to my clerk, so
No, all hands that were raised in time were called in.
thank you. Ms. Santa Maria.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I'll have some questions about the content itself, but I wanted to ask our city attorney if you could just offer some clarification on process. So I know that it's been raised in public comment a couple of times that some of the issues that we are discussing today were some that majority of council has already given direction on. So can you explain what that looks like here? Are we able to reopen a vote, for example, on rent banking, on the rent caps? I know those were cited. So what does that look like? Do we have to vote to undo that council direction and then we give a different one, or how does that work?
Okay, thank you, Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Santa Maria. It's a really good question. I was kind of prepared for it, so I'm glad someone asked that question and hearing public comment. So the motion for reconsideration rule, which you're alluding to, doesn't apply here because reconsideration rule is regarding an item at the same meeting. Council can always take a subsequent action to rescind or modify a prior action at a later meeting through a properly agendized matter, which occurs here. And the second point also is, in regards to this issue, we don't have yet a final adopted rent stabilization ordinance, right? So the earlier action consisted of policy direction to staff in terms of what they would maybe like to see. But all of this, including today's meeting, is part of the ongoing legislative process. So best way I could explain it to you is even a direction here does not bind anyone. So for example, a council member can give direction as to an aspect of an ordinance for direction for maybe the inclusion in the final version. But the day when the actual ordinance is before you to vote on, they are free to change their mind, say, you know, I thought about it, I kind of like want to take that back. So there's nothing here that's binding. Part of this is to give direction to help staff when they bring the draft. It helps them, right, to see what maybe direction they want to go, allow still for the public comment period, but nothing here is binding. Again, it's direction point, so just want to clarify that.
Thank you so much. So if I'm understanding correctly, we can vote to give direction, and we can continue to amend as we go along through the legislative process. And because none of these votes were taken in the same meeting, that the section you mentioned does not apply here, correct?
You are absolutely correct.
Thank you so much. That's really helpful. I'm happy to comment on some of the content itself. Mayor Rouse, do you want, how would you like to structure this? Do you want us to do comments and questions first and then we do motions, or how would you prefer we do this?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit more free form, but I think it makes more sense to ask staff questions now, and then we'll do another round of comments.
Okay. Thank you so much. Okay, so I'll have just a couple questions for our staff, and thank you again to RSG and our staff who has been doing incredible work on all this outreach. So I'm seeing, let's take a look at the exemptions for small properties slide. Some of these are just more clarifying questions, so I'm not expecting any additional research is needed, but
I was reading in the staff report, the city of Hayward had exemptions based on amount of units that a property owner has, and then they did away with those exemptions. What it seemed to say in the staff report was it became, the administrative burden was pretty high, and it was difficult to track. Am I reading that correctly?
That's correct. We spoke with the city of Hayward, and they did report difficulty identifying and distinguishing between ownership types when they had an exemption for small properties, particularly where ownership was structured through separate entities like multiple LLCs. So it was difficult to have consistent application and required additional administration from staff to carry out that exemption. So they did shift away from that approach when amending their ordinance.
Okay, thank you so much. That's really helpful. It's important that we learn from our neighboring cities who have already tried this. Let's go to the rent cap formula slide. Just a couple questions on that slide. And okay, so we're seeing here the suggestion that we consider the mobile home rent stabilization ordinance. I want to make sure that I'm understanding that ordinance correctly, and it's not a new ordinance. This has been in place for how long again?
I believe the city attorney can respond to that. I'm not sure of the answer in terms of the rent stabilization for mobile homes.
It's been several years. I don't know the exact date. I do know what the mechanism is, being 75% CPI or 3%, whatever is less. But at the top of my head, I know Mr. Henschke is also online to answer any questions.
Okay.
But at least over a decade, I can pretty much around that period of time.
Okay.
I don't know if it's longer than that or not, so I don't have the exact date.
That even that is good. Thank you. I was trying to figure out, how long. This feels like an established knowledge. It's not a new law or anything. Sure. Okay. What I was reading our municipal code to get a better sense of what the mobile home rent cap ordinance looks like. It looks like there is, unlike with the units that would be covered under this ordinance, there seems to be no vacancy decontrol. And what I mean by that is, whenever a lot is sold and transferred to a different owner, the Muni Code says that the property owner selling, or the lot owner selling, cannot raise it by more than 10%. And so I'm seeing that there is a cap there, and they're not able to bring that lot up to market rate. Am I understanding that correctly?
Councilmember Santa Maria, I don't know this ordinance by detail. I apologize.
That's
for
okay.
that.
Do we know if Mr. Henschke might have?
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember, I can turn to that. And then just to give you the answer to the first question, it was 1984, so that's been around for close to 40 years now. So, and Mr. Henschke, I heard him on the line, so I'll turn to him.
Thank you.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, in terms of the 10% upon transfer of ownership, that's correct. That's in Municipal Code Section 2608060.
Thank you so much, Mr. Henschke. That's really helpful. And so, based on this almost 40-year law, a mobile home lot, whenever that is sold, it cannot be brought up to market rate whenever that lot is transferred or sold, because there's that 10% cap, correct? Questions for Mr. Henschke? I don't know if you're still online.
Okay, yeah, honorable members of the council, yeah, that's correct. That's what the code section says. There is no vacancy decontrol for mobile home parks.
Thank you. That's really helpful. And so for the ordinance here, just one more question for you, Mr. Henschke. The units that would be covered by this rent stabilization ordinance we are crafting right now, there's a big difference there, because those would be able to adjust to market rate the second that a tenant vacates and it's a new tenant, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I will save my comments for after the round of comments, or I'll save my comments for after the round of questions, excuse me. But I would highly encourage my colleagues to really consider that comparing the mobile home park rent ordinance to the one that we're crafting right now is truly apples to oranges. They do not have vacancy decontrol. We do, and there is a reason why they have a higher rent cap, because they cannot adjust all the way to market rates the way that all of the units that would be covered under the rent stabilization ordinance would. And so it's really important that we don't lose sight of that. It may not make sense to just make it 75% because everything is like that. Having one same number is not helpful if there are such significant differences like vacancy decontrol. But I'll save my further comments for later. Thank you, Mayor Rouse.
Ms. Sneddon, I believe you have your hand up.
I do. Thank you, Mayor Rouse. So I have comments, but the questions I'll keep to are really about the exemptions and just, we've talked before about having a replacement ordinance, but then maybe we don't need a replacement ordinance because some units are protected if they're demolished and have to be rebuilt as affordable. And I'm just wondering which of those units, are those deed restricted ones, or those housing authority ones? If you could clarify that for me. I'm not sure my question's very clear.
Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon, we looked into this after the discussion on April 7th, and the Housing Crisis Act of 2019. The protected units include residential dwelling units that are or were subject to any form of rent or price control through a public entity's valid exercise of its police power, but it also includes residential dwelling units that are or were occupied by lower or very low income households within the past 5 years. So even if we exempted Section 8 units, our city attorney analysis was that they would still be included if they've been rented to Section 8 voucher holders in the last 5 years, in terms of demolition and being required to rebuild a low-income unit based on that demolition.
Thank you. And when you're required to rebuild it, does that get sort of double counted toward inclusionary or any other requirements, or those have to be replaced and then the regular state bonus density or inclusionary requirement on top of that replacement?
Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon, that's a great question. I don't know what the requirements are for demolition and rebuilding in terms of the number percentage of low-income units, but they would have to at least maintain the current low-income units that the current development has.
Okay. Thank you. I think that is actually my only question. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess I really only have one question, too. It might be a little bit broad. It's really on the Section 8 unit exemption. And I'm hoping, if it's okay with you, Mr. Mayor, that I ask Ms. Loza from the Housing Authority to come up. Ms. Loza, if you're willing, something's just not connecting for me here. My understanding of the Section 8 voucher program was that a landlord could set the rent at X, and sort of regardless of what that number is, the tenant would pay 30% of their income, or approximately. And I guess I think I don't know enough about this program to understand the objections to including it in the RSO. And I see from the Housing Authority letter that you guys support exempting this. So can you just give me sort of maybe an elementary explanation of how this program works, and are there procedures built in that do what we're talking about in the RSO already within the Section 8 or other similar voucher programs?
Thank you, Councilmember Harmon. Yes, the Section 8 program is basically, there is I'll try to condense this. There's a payment standard that is applicable to our area, and those payment standards are set by the Housing Authority. The landlord can ask for a certain contract rent, and we have to determine if it's reasonable and if it falls within the payment standard that we are set. That is set. The contract rent is the contract rent, and the client, the tenant, then pays 30% of their monthly adjusted income towards rent. Then the Housing Authority would pay the difference between their 30% of their income up to the contract rent, and no higher than the payment standard.
So that wouldn't change. The price paid by the tenant is going to be 30% up to the contract. I mean, and it has to be approved by the housing authority. I guess I'm trying to figure out what would change for the tenant if it fell under the RSO versus not falling under the RSO.
I think one thing to keep in mind is there are tenant protections, under the Section 8 program. And when a landlord wants to increase the rent, under the current, Act of AB 1482, there's that protection with rent increases. But when the owner wants to increase the rent higher than the payment standard, I will say that if the tenant will pay the difference out of their pocket for that difference once it goes over. But we endeavor to raise, to put a payment standard amount that is applicable to our current rents that are reasonable rents within Santa Barbara. And so we're constantly looking at what that is so that they're comparable to the open market to some extent without, of course, increasing open market rent. So, and we also have a conversation with the landlord ongoing, and we explain how if they raise the rent above the payment standard, how it could affect the client. If it gets to the point where it's too high, we help the client look for another unit, so to help them look for something that's lower. So there are a lot of protections that we put into place to help the client to continue, our client continue to be on the program.
Thank you. And then separately, it was my understanding that we are in quite desperate need of Section 8 units. Is that true? How is the availability or how is the participation of landlords in this program been locally? I know there was a big push to improve it, and it has improved, but how does that stand?
It has improved. We've endeavored over the different years, to put in landlord incentives where we'd have, higher payment standards, signing bonus for our landlords, vacancy payments if they continue with new vacancies on our program. So, we continue to work with our landlord population. I have to say we work with about 900 landlords in our jurisdiction, so we're very happy with that. Now, currently we are in shortfall, and so the funding is what it is, and we're just waiting to see what happens. We've received our notice, and we still haven't been told if we continue to be on shortfall, but we're preparing. If we're not, then we will begin to issue vouchers and begin that process again of contacting our landlords and continuing to lease up.
Thank you so much, Ms. Loza. Okay, Ms. Anderson, so that testimony just brought up, I think the concern then really is those instances where the landlord charges above the housing authority's adopted payment standard. So if it's below the payment standard, it's that 30%, and whether or not they fall under the RSO is sort of irrelevant because it's always that 30%. But it's that tripping up into a contract rent that's above the authorized payment standard where I think that coverage in the RSO would be really important. Have we thought about and do we see other jurisdictions that say Section 8 does not fall within the RSO unless and until you charge above the housing authority's adopted payment schedule, and then you are subject to this rule?
Councilmember Schneiden, I thought I added the language specific in our rent increase moratorium, but we actually have language specific to making that adjustment based on the payment standard in our rent increase moratorium already.
And so that would cover, I think I so found this difficult to understand that I want to be sure that I'm understanding it. This would cover that instance where the tenant, because of the rent increases, is paying more than that 30% threshold. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And in that case, they would then be able to, or would, that unit would fall within the constraints of the rent increase cap as we set it out in the RSO when they trip up into that.
I believe that is correct.
Okay.
Unless Attorney Henschke is correcting me online, but yes. Yeah.
Okay, great, thank you. That's very helpful.
And Councilmember Schneiden, I do want to clarify as well that Section 8 is included in our just cause ordinance in terms of tenant protections. And there's also pathways through building and safety for dealing with habitability issues. The only thing that the rent stabilization program would create if it was an included unit is a tenant petition process to petition us for a lower rent due to habitability conditions. But that still exists through fair housing, it exists through our building and safety codes, it exists through other pathways, including the owner of the deed restricted covenant and us as a city being able to use enforcement tools based on that covenant.
Okay, that's very helpful. But so here's where I'm trying to just play this out. So let's say that the unit is below the Housing Authority's adopted payment standards. Even if they petitioned for a lower rent, they would still be paying 30% of their income. It wouldn't change what they pay if it's below the adopted payment standards. The only time it changes what they pay is when it trips above the adopted payment standards. Is that correct, or am I fundamentally
That is
misunderstanding?
correct. It does not change the tenant contribution.
Okay, so I just want to be clear, because I do want to provide those pathways, particularly the grievance pathways. But if the grievance pathway does not change what the tenant pays unless and until it trips past those standards, I don't see the value in adding a layer of bureaucracy until those payment standards are exceeded, at which point I think it makes good sense to include that within the RSO. I don't know, I mean, I'm interested to hear my colleague's argument. I'm not sure I understand, I don't understand why we would do otherwise, given that it doesn't seem to change anything practically speaking for the tenant until we reach that threshold. But I, of course, I'm open to hearing otherwise. Thanks.
Our city attorney would like to weigh in.
No, I mean, thank you, Honorable Mayor and Councilmember Harmon. Ms. Anderson answered everything correctly, and your theory is correct. So if this is all just helpful to summarize, so even if a landlord believes the unit's worth more, a Section 8 landlord cannot lawfully collect rent from the tenant above the authorized lease under the housing assistance payment contract. So there is that prohibition. So the program does not permit an owner to bypass the approved rent by charging extra directly to the tenant. So I just wanted to clarify that point. So I hope that summarizes what you were basically saying.
Yes, and Councilmember Steadin, I have the specific language. It states, this exemption applies only for so long as the rent demanded does not exceed the authorized payment standard minus the applicable utility allowance as determined by the city housing authority of the city of Santa Barbara as applicable.
And so with that language, I'm sorry, I know that I'm beating a dead horse, but I really want to make sure I understand. With that language, in the event, and I think I'm understanding from Ms. Loza that it's somewhat rare that this would happen, but in the event that a landlord would charge above that, and so the tenant would pay the 30% plus the delta between the authorized payment standard and whatever they're charging, when it trips into that, under the language that you just read, it would be covered by the RSO. That unit would be covered.
That is my understanding.
Okay, great, thank you so much, I appreciate it.
So, Ms. Sandberg, you have another question, or, because I haven't, not everybody's weighed in on questions yet.
It was just a very brief question for Ms. Loza. I just remembered from what Ms. Harmon brought up. Thank you. If Ms. Loza, if you could come up, I just had a quick question about the Section 8 housing choice vouchers. Okay. I'm looking through the dashboard, the public dashboard, where we can see sort of the percentages. I'm seeing here current vouchers on the street is 9. Does that sound right to you? Is that?
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a pretty
Those
low,
are,
yeah.
it is low because we're in shortfall, so we're not issuing new vouchers, but we are allowing moves that are not higher than the payment standard or their current market rent.
Yes. And so you mentioned being in shortfall. So what is the Housing Authority's largest line item in your budget?
For expenses
In the
or for
housing choice-
income?
For the Housing Choice Voucher Program.
So we, as far as how much money we receive, is that correct? Is what
No,
you're
well,
asking?
what is your biggest expense? Like, where are you spending?
Oh,
most?
the rents.
The rents, for sure. Okay.
Correct.
So the higher the rents go, the higher your cost is. Am I understanding that?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Thank you. I want to highlight, maybe you don't have to answer this, I just want to highlight and truly give you and the Housing Authority kudos, because I'm also seeing on here the leasing percentage, this is the national average, is 85%, and our city's Housing Authority is 94%. And I
ma'am.
was just speaking to Mr. Fredericks yesterday and told him the same thing. Truly, kudos to you all, because this is, it's not 100%, of course, but it is much higher than the national average. And all of the incentives that you listed out, the $500 signing bonus, available Section 8 unit damage protection, landlords being eligible for vacancy loss. I'm just reading through the list. There are so many incentives here, and I truly thank you for paving the path forward to creating those incentives. Would you have, my only final question, would you have any input on what the Section 8 voucher program, how it plays out for a mixed status family?
Oh, yes. So mixed status household families are a household where you have family members that have legal status to be in the United States and then don't have legal status. And the way it plays out basically is when we are determining their rent portion, we have to count all income of the household towards that 30% of the rent. But when we're determining the rent amount, there is a proration, if you will, for the rent. And so those household members that don't have legal status then are not counted in that proration, and so then their rent is considerably higher.
Okay. And so, wait, sorry, what, you said that last time, you said
Their portion of rent is higher. It's higher than the 30%.
for the mixed status families?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, that is consistent with what I've been hearing. I just wanted to confirm that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, very good. Couple questions for staff. There's a lot of detail and a lot of research, and I do appreciate that. Rather complex set of ideas. You mentioned it'd be about a $2 million a year to the budget to do this. I didn't see in there, I don't remember hearing about the setup charges. I remember when we looked at this a number of years ago, it being pretty close to that kind of number to get the program set up and running. Do you have any thoughts about that, what that might be? Situation like this?
It does depend on kind of how you set up the ordinance. So, of course, the more complex or the more kind of administrative tasks that are required to carry out the ordinance may require some additional upfront costs to get those set up. It's hard to put an estimate on that without having the ordinance kind of already laid out, but some of those costs include the rental registry and how kind of encumbersome that is in terms of what information is being collected. So that's a big cost up front.
Given the information here, it looks like it may be rather complex. Let me ask you this then too, is you're familiar with a lot of other agencies, obviously. So, and the one I always think about is Santa Monica, because they're the same size we are. Now, we're talking about something that's $2 million. Santa Monica's been doing this since the late 70s, but they spend $6 million a year on theirs. Do you have any idea why theirs would be 3 times as much as what we're proposing to do this? Is that much different, or was it that I don't understand about that?
I would say we tend to see the longer standing ordinances, Santa Monica, Berkeley, those that have been around for a long time, have significantly built out processes for both tenants and landlords to offer services. They have staff around 22 to 25 specific to the rent stabilization program. So that's kind of a city decision about how complex and how many services that they'd like to offer when it comes to a rent stabilization ordinance.
All right, thank you very much.
And Mayor Russ, I'll add to that. As you can hear from some of the public comment, the expectations for enforcement are very high. So programs that are longer standing have built out that enforcement mechanism and capacity to a level that we will not be able to achieve with our program.
I was going to say, because I see a lot of enforcement
They
needs just in this example.
designated city attorney, they have designated administrative hearing officers, as well as designated investigators.
We can't even do the sandwich signs on State Street. I don't know how we're going to do that, too. Wow, amazing. Any further questions on council, or are we ready for comments? Ms. Sneddon, I can't, can you see Mr. Clerk? Does Ms. Sneddon have her hand up? Okay, very good. Comments from council? Well, this is unusual. Oh, Ms. Santa Maria.
How could I not comment? Okay. Let me start. Let's go through the beginning. If we can go to slide. Actually, question for you, Mayor Rouse. Would you like us to do comments on everything, all of us, and then we go through and do motions, or is it okay to do motions now
We're
and kind
doing
of
a
get everything
presentation
done?
and direction day. I don't know if we're doing.
Mayor
McAdoo, would
Rouse,
you
I
structure us, please?
returned to the slide from the April 7th council direction. So it is only comments to modify, maintain, or provide additional direction. And so of the areas, and again, this research was requested by council and conducted by the staff team with RSG's expertise. There has only been a recommendation for modification for rent limits, a clarification on exemptions for the rent stabilization ordinance, and a clarification on the petition framework and fee structure. That's it. There's no staff
Yeah,
recommendations
I think here where
otherwise.
this was kind of defined as just a check-in, basically, right? It was progress
Yes,
check-in.
because,
Yeah, I
yes.
think
Is that correct?
if the council wants
Mm-hmm.
to make any changes, this is what was captured from April 7th.
Mm-hmm.
You asked for additional information. Staff is preparing a draft ordinance to bring back on June 9th. That would be kind of not an introduction, but just a preview of what the full language of the ordinance. There would then be a 30-day comment period on the ordinance before it would be considered for first reading. But we want to make sure that that ordinance contains what the council would like it to contain. So if there are any changes from what was given in terms of direction to staff on April 7th, today's kind of the day to do that. And these are the items that contain the staff direction. So I don't think there's needed a motion on every one. It's
just
just if
input
there
more
are
or less
any where
for
council
staff.
wants to make a change
So we only make motions if we want to change something from
the April 7th direction.
Right, but it's not, like I said, we're going to have a few more bites at the apple here. So whatever input you have, Ms. Santorico.
Okay, that is very helpful. Thank you both so much. Okay, I'll go briefly through comments, and then if we need to, we'll make some motions. I'll go through, if we could go through a slide for the landlord incentives and tenant stability. Not sure what number that is, but there we go. I'll start with my comments on this one. I would be happy with the staff recommendation. I'm seeing here the incentive programs, they require additional monitoring, tracking systems, they might require additional funding, a reduced fee there are too many variables, and what I am encouraged to see is agencies like, for example, the Housing Authority, they already do a wonderful job at providing those landlord incentives, and I think we'd be better off to consider, or maybe we could continue this conversation about tenant stability and landlord incentives outside of the rent stabilization ordinance, but just based on what staff has recommended, it doesn't seem like it's common or really done to include that within the ordinance. So I'd be happy to move staff recommendation, which seems to be the bolded one, B. Well, I'm not moving anything yet, excuse me.
Well, and Councilmember Santa Maria, that does not change current direction.
Yes. Yeah, that's why I said, oops, I don't want to move anything, but just my comments on just my personal support on those. And then if we go on to the exemptions for small properties for the next slide, I would be in support of option B. We would want, in my opinion, we'd want to maintain the current direction. And I'm really looking to the city of Hayward. The city of Hayward already went through this. They had the exemptions based on how many units you have, but based on the staff report, it seems that there was a very high administrative burden with trying to figure out who owns what. And we had Professor Diane Fugino here and grad students who are testifying to the work being done right now to try to get a clear glimpse of who owns what, but it is so incredibly difficult that would just be, I think, a massive administrative burden that I'm not sure that we should be putting on our staff if we don't need to. And the good thing, though, is that it doesn't mean that there is no relief for the owners who have less units. What it means is that you can go to the petition process. There is still that we could call a pressure relief valve, but we are not making exemptions that will later require our staff to spend arduous amounts of time trying to verify, especially when property owners can move properties in and out of LLCs. If we go on to the next slide on exemptions for Section 8, this is probably one of the ones I feel most strongly about, and as I mentioned earlier, I spoke to Mr. Fredericks yesterday, and he understood where I'm personally coming from, in that including Section 8 units is imperative to make sure that we protect mixed status families. For anyone who is not aware, right now the Trump administration is cracking down on mixed status families who already are not receiving the subsidy. They are already paying higher rates. I know Ms. Loza, thank you for being here, confirmed that mixed status families are paying much higher in rents. They don't really have a local board or anything to go to. Our Housing Authority Commission that I'm the liaison to does not listen to tenant issues. That's not how it works. And so including them in this ordinance, I wouldn't see it as adding a layer of bureaucracy. I'm seeing it as adding a layer of protection for those tenants, because it's the only way that a tenant is able to go and make it heard and not have to go to HUD, to the Trump administration, to make their case about habitability or, paying much more than the cost that they should be paying. I also really want to highlight the comments from lived experiences that we heard from public comment today about Section 8 units, and when they're doing the price comparison, it's very easy for a property owner to, instead of comparing the neighboring unit that they own, they can compare one across the street that's an Airbnb and costs way more. And I really have concerns that exemptions really of almost any kind, except anything that is explicitly stated under state and federal law. For example, housing authority owned and managed units, those are exempt, and we must exempt them from the cap. But those tenants and these tenants, they should all have an avenue to be able to express, I am not living in a safe and habitable condition. I am either getting harassed, my rent needs to be adjusted. And we have to remember that it's not just a petition for tenants, it's for landlords as well. Because if they are stuck in this situation and they're saying, well, actually, I'm not getting enough, that's where our fair rate of return petition comes in. Or I got to fix this roof. I need to amortize and pass on this cost for habitability. We'll get to that later. But I feel very, very strongly about not exempting Section 8 housing units. And I thank Mr. Fredericks for, even though we may not agree, that he understands where we're coming from, because all we're trying to do is not put Section 8 families, mixed status families, on the chopping block. Very quickly, for the next slide, for deed restricted affordable housing, I am also very hesitant about considering an exemption for this, and one of the biggest examples is the Battistone Foundation, the tenants at the Edgerly Hotel. If anybody knows about that property, there is a covenant on it, but the covenant is kind of vague, and it only applies explicitly to 19 of the units out of almost 200 of them. There are these covenants that they're not all equal. Some of them may be more explicit than others, and we still want to make sure that all of those tenants, and I have to remind everyone, these are tenants that are seniors, low income, living in a downtown area, that I don't know when else we could replicate having more of these units that are affordable for seniors in the downtown area, especially when they need to be downtown for transportation reasons. And I would highly encourage my colleagues to please not vote for exempting these, because it is, again, not another layer of bureaucracy. It is a layer of protection for these tenants, because there is too much uncertainty, and that's what we're trying to fix. Moving on to the next slide. I'd be in support of option A, city staff, especially with the two potential impacts, the number 2 and 3. I mean, I think that says enough. For petition type and structure, if we go to the next slide, I would be in support of establishing a standalone capital improvement petition process. However, it needs to be robust. It needs to be holistic, and make sure that it's taking into account a property owner's portfolio, that it's taking into account the finances of whether they're able to cover these capital improvements or not. And we need to be careful that we don't create inadvertently unintended consequences of these actions. Could be that we are creating a loophole through which property owners could try to raise the rents through that. And so in order to not let that loophole occur or form, we need to make sure that we are not allowing the pass-through of cosmetic repairs. If a property owner wants to make the unit prettier, but it has nothing to do with HAB and safety, that is not necessarily something that the tenant should cover. However, anything to bring the unit up to code, we need to share the cost in order to make sure that everybody is habitable, and make sure that it's not prohibiting the landlord from keeping their units up to code. That being said, with a capital improvement separate petition, and this should be the case for anything that requires the displacement or disruption of a tenant's life, is tenant safety plans. And those I saw in the City of Alameda ordinance, City of LA County. I believe even the City of Richmond has these. But if for any of my colleagues, if you haven't seen what those are, they're very simple. It's what it sounds like, a tenant safety plan. It's communication between the landlord and the tenant to figure out where they're going to be during the time of the renovations, and essentially trying to figure out how do we keep them safe during this time. And it's common sense, right? Most of the ordinances that have capital improvement petitions and allow for that pass-through are also, it makes sense to make sure that communication is above board and everyone can know where do they sleep at night when their roof is getting fixed. Okay, moving on to the next slide. Looks like staff recommendation here is to incorporate petition review costs into the annual program fees. It looks like this is what the City of Alameda does, so I'd be inclined to support that. And I do think it's fair that we have this fee split by the tenant and the landlord. I'm, believe it or not, in agreement with the Santa Barbara Rental Property Association that the costs should be distributed evenly amongst everybody that is benefiting from the program. And property owners and tenants are both going to benefit from this program, so I do think it's fine to split it 50-50. The next one, the rental registry and data, it looks like staff recommendation is option A. I think, yeah, that's a no-brainer. We had professors and other, researchers here emphasizing why we need a robust rental registry. The last comment I'll make is on the rent cap formula. This one, I would say this one and the Section 8 exemption are the ones I feel the strongest about because there are real people on the literal chopping block if we vote the wrong way today. And for the rent cap formula, I am going through and seeing our 40-plus-year-old mobile home rent cap ordinance. It is not like our rent stabilization ordinance that we are crafting today. The mobile home park lot owners cannot bring those lot prices to market rate, nothing more than 10% what they were previously charging. They need a higher rent cap because they cannot bring their units or their lots up to market rate. But whenever any of us as a tenant vacates, when us as a property owner, we have a tenant vacate, you can reset those, you can raise those rents to whatever market value is. And that's another reason why I also want to encourage no exemptions, because exemptions in one place will inevitably drive the market to go up and have everything else follow. So I would encourage option B. I don't see necessarily new data for changing the rent cap formula. I was looking into the petition processes and what it results when there's a lower rent cap, like the 60% of CPI. I think it was the City of Alameda, I saw like 8 petitions in a year. I mean, usually the petitions that these programs see from even my own individual research are tenants petitioning for habitability and, wanting to make sure that their units are habitable, because guess what? They finally have somewhere where they can go, and it's a more robust setup system. So I would highly encourage my colleagues to stick with what we have seen other jurisdictions do, what we see is legally defensible, and what is going to protect the most tenants. Thank you, Mayor Rouse.
Ms. Sneddon, I believe you had your hand up.
Oh, thank you, Mayor Rouse. To be honest, I'm sort of barely hanging on here. I'm going to go real fast. In general, really thank you for this extra research. Just looking at comparables, I agree with the public speaker that taking out DC is not really a comparable because it has rent control. And I'll just take a moment to make the comment that it really does matter when we out in general misuse these terms. Rent control is very different than vacancy decontrol. And I think it leads to confusion about what it is we're proposing here. And DC is a hard rent control city, so it's not really a comparable. But Alameda is, I think, maybe more of the model for us to emulate. It's a similar size city. They bring in less revenue, from what I understand, but they have a very effective, long-standing program that costs less. And I don't see that we need to, particularly overbloat our program. So I think the Alameda model is a nice model to look toward. For landlord incentives, I agree with Councilmember Santa Maria and staff recommendation B. Small property exemptions, also agree with the staff recommendation as far as we're complying with current state law. And that's why a rental registry or rent board makes such a big difference, is because we can stay flexible and we can adapt as we see what's being impacted or what isn't. So any incentive program could be done outside of the ordinance itself. For Section 8 and affordable housing, I think as per state law, exempting housing authority units seems to make perfect sense, and we have to do it by law anyway. I would not exempt any privately owned units. I agree in general or in all points with the SB Can letter that was sent, if that makes that more. Rent banking, no. Petitions and fair returns and capital improvements, they're two different things with two different purposes. Fair return is more holistic, long range. You're bringing something up to a fair return amount. I think it'd be actually pretty difficult if you can't track down who the ownership is or which LLC owns it, how you would figure these things out. But a capital improvement for habitability should be amortized, should sunset when the amortization is over. It's not a holistic bringing everything up to fair return. So I do think that those should be distinct and separate. And to the point of that was brought up by the public commenter, for fair return, that's going to be a whole nother conversation we need to have in it. And I really do believe it should include property equity valuation in there on the fair return investment. But I think that that could be separate outside of the ordinance itself. I agree to incorporate the petition fee structure to incorporate into the program fees for everybody, and splitting them is fine too. The rental registry and data can continue as we already directed. And for the rent cap formula, this is again where that difference between rent control versus vacancy decontrol is really important, because when I first read this, I thought, oh, it's 75% for the mobile home park, and that's a similar thing. But then realizing that the mobile home park ordinance is rent control, it isn't vacancy decontrol. So it creates that sort of false equivalence that these are addressing the same issue. So on that one, I would just keep moving forward as we've been doing. And just to emphasize, last thing, that, this isn't our only way to address affordability. Stabilization is one, supply of affordable units is another, and then subsidy, what we're talking about with Section 8 and continuum of care, is another. So those are my comments, and thank you.
Thank you. Okay, well, I'll just make a couple of final comments. I mean, this effort is, the semantics are really, we can toss those around all day, but we're basically trying to determine how people use and handle their own asset, a private asset, and a private piece of property. So I think that we're taking a problem that belongs to the entire city and this council and laid it on the shoulders of very few and a very rarefied group of people. So I think it has a long-term negative effect. I think it's a train wreck both for landlords and tenants in the long run. So I know that's not everybody's saying up here, but I think this is exactly what we're looking at. And I believe by looking at the details in the report we saw today, if we carry these out, I think we're very much underestimating the costs of carrying this out. I think we've seen in other programs. I think we're heading for something that we particularly aren't prepared for. We haven't done we've got a financial analysis of what it is from one side, but not from the other. And for all of us that want to resist corporate takeovers and LLCs and whatnot, this is feeding right into it, because those are the only people that are going to be able to abide a system like this, if in fact they do invest. And as we look at, we want to produce all this housing, we've pretty much put a very chilled atmosphere out there in the business of being a landlord. So I disagree with the direction we're going here, and I think we're going to spend a whole lot of money to create something that isn't going to be a positive in the long run. So with that, we'll thank you and close this item. Nice job. And we'll move on to council member committee assignment reports, if there are any.
Mayor, I think Ms.
Oh.
Anderson has maybe some clarifying comments just to address some information. that may-
Go right.
Yeah.
Did you have a comment, Mr. Gutierrez, or about the engagements? Okay, very good. Then please go ahead.
Yeah, Mayor Russ, there was a few comments made that I want to try to correct some level of perception if we can. Maybe we can't. But in terms of the examples, 60% of the change of CPI is not the majority of rent stabilization programs throughout California or the nation. So I think there was a reference that it was, and it was best practice, and that's not the case from the research, nor the research presented in the staff report. And a lot of cities, and the ones that we've mentioned, actually reverted to a flat fee structure because it was ease of administration as well as predictability and stability for tenants moving forward. So I just wanted to, and when we come to deed restriction, Battlestone's a great example. Those 19 units would be deed restricted and would have to adhere to their own covenant. The other units would be included under the rent stabilization program. So I know it's nuanced, but those are the things that we provided in the research. And I appreciate the consideration. I appreciate the discourse. And we are in the process of drafting, and we look forward to bringing the draft ordinance back to you on June 9th.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, very good. And with that, Mr. Gutierrez, you had your light on.
Yes, I wanted to thank the city for helping with the ribbon cutting of the Oaxacan asphalt mural at the intersection of Carrillo and State Street. It was a great event. I want to thank the Office of Arts and Culture of Santa Barbara County as well, and everyone that helped out with it. I think it was Friends of State Street, Strong Town. Forgive me if I forgot anybody else, but it was a great event, and it was a lot of fun, and it made me really grateful to be living in Santa Barbara. So thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Went to a number of different events, the Chamber of Commerce quarterly government relations meeting, policy meetings on housing. On this one, very informative discussion. The Gary Awards, and congratulations to all law enforcement throughout the county, but also to our city. We had numerous that were awarded the Gary Awards for valor and for participation, and just really want to thank our Santa Barbara Police Department for that. We had, I think, 7 that were honored this year, and it's very special for us because Thomas Gary was a Santa Barbara City police officer who was killed in the line of duty back in 1970, and the awards have been taking place to commemorate him, but also law enforcement for the past 56 years. And then also attended Library Night Live, a great job by the Library Foundation to bring some energy to Library Plaza in downtown. Family Service Agency, congratulations, their annual awards. Congratulations to Marnie and Michael Cooney, Molly Carrillo Walker and Guy Walker, and Ron Werft, who all received awards. Attended the Surfrider Environmental Defense Center, put on the Refugio paddle out to protest oil and the 11th anniversary commemorate the 11th anniversary of the oil spill at Refugio Beach and protest current offshore oil resuming. The Land Trust had their annual event at Arroyo Hondo celebrating 25 years of protection of the reserve, and the Riviera Association meeting. Thank you.
All right, and if there are no further,
I have some, Mayor Rouse.
Oh, I didn't see her. Where's her
Sorry.
hand? Okay.
I'll go quick.
Okay, thanks.
Can you
Ms.
hear
Singh.
me?
Go ahead.
Okay. South Coast Chamber Housing Policy Meeting, H. Thomas Gary Awards, Mason Neighborhood Association, Village Hall, talking about oil and water. There's an EDC talk on oil and water with Assembly members Hart and Bennett. Did some swap meet outreach with SB Resiste. Went to the STASA fundraiser, Emoja promotion at SBCC, the Riviera Association spring meeting, and at the Operations and Management Board meeting, we heard the fiscal year 26-27 budget.
All right, very good. And if that's everything, we stand adjourned. Thank you very much.